We for one talent in here. It dear he debates. It is dumb. That people I cook here.
All right, let's try that again. This is the final day of the €590 buy-in. It's the Euro Poker Millions live Kings Resort in Rosvedov. 22 players remaining now. Average stack 14.4 million. Small blind is 150k. Big blind is 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. And after a mammoth stream yesterday with over 1,000 viewers, let's see what today has in store. I am your announcer. It is myself, Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit for this one. We will be crowning one of these 22 remaining hopefuls as your eventual champion. We smashed the 2 million guarantee. Nearly 2.7 million in the prize pool. 659,000 over the 2 mil. Top 8 going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. The eventual champion going to take home €401,000. Good luck to everyone still involved. May the best man win. Or woman. MJ is the first in the chat. A woman. Maureen Blauschlinger. Don't know how well I pronounced that, but I gave it a good go. Yeah, and now we see how many people have home office on a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. A woman that needs no introduction. I gave you an introduction anyway. So greetings wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you want to find out additional information about the resort or this tournament itself, head over to the Kings Resort website. Let's get to the action. We have Marius Moldo Vanu. I think I'm going to call him Moldo today. I said I would sleep on it. We have two Mariuses, you see. 121 bigs. Then Fabio Giambrodini. Who is one to watch in this field. You've got Marius Lucy. We had a mammoth stream last night of about 13 hours. So we're well used to a lot of the players remaining. Now, this table, I don't recognize them all. We've seen some car crash situations, people crashing out with 3 tables remaining in very avoidable spots is what I was noticing in the last level or two. In around 2 or 3 a.m., possibly closer to 4 a.m. at Kings last night. The wear and tear taking its toll. There was one hand where 10s raised in the small blind. And the big blind ripped 31 bigs with King 9 of hearts. Devastating to get called by the 10s there. Flops 2 hearts and a pair of 9s, but it wasn't to be. I did well with the pronunciation. Thank you very much, MJ. Mike the Biker says, "Good day, Dan. 9:30 at night here in Eastern Australia. Come on down. Come on in. The water's lovely. Watch out for all the sharks in the water, mate. And by God, bloody hell, avoid those stingrays."
Yep. Well,
Just going to get the payouts for you. In the chat, Mighty Biker says that the crocs and the jellyfish. Yeah. Used to love me some Steve Irwin before I would get ready for school. It's the first thing I put on the television in the morning because it was some form of Australian TV. I can't remember it now, but all I know is it was around 8 a.m. in Ireland, so it meant it was around 8 p.m. over in Australia. That was my introduction to those kind of exotic animals. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we have Fabio facing a 3-bet from Siamak Turan with the ace queen. Nines for Fabio, and he's not going to be going anywhere. I just don't know what way he wants to proceed. I think call is the best option. Actually, I don't know if I think it's the best option off this stack depth. When we are playing nearly 40, we have our opponent well covered. Does decide to call for the small sizing and be more cautious. Against a lot of players, we are just going to slam and jam 4-bet rip.
Alcune coppie si capi? Passate che
Exclamation fail, not failed, exclamation, I'll say that mistake. 22 players remaining now. They're all guaranteed €8,923 with a tweet out of 750k. ABO is going to call turn the music with DMX ears.
Listen up. Yeah.
Look, the background noise has got awful. I don't know. They're maybe hearing a lot more. I'm not sure. Unless they're on about the table down. I've put my window now. You shouldn't be able to hear anything. Just trying to get some air into the place. It's going to be a long day. We finished up around 3 a.m. last night, so it would have been about 4 a.m. at Kings. Hopefully, these players got a good sleep. CMAC betting 1.9 million here with the ace of spades arriving on the turn. Let's let it go. I think I just prefer sub 25 bigs here to, even though we're playing 80-minute blinds, I think hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s might just want to be jamming those ones. Done some study on this before. The pairs that are best to 4-bet rip are 6s, 7s, and 8s because we unblock the 9s and 10s that use as blockers. For example, King 10, King 9, Queen 9, Ace 10, etc., etc. Maybe even a Jack 10 suited. Although I think Jack 10 suited just calls from the small in that exact scenario. We have had one casualty, so 21 players remaining now.
Lucy.
INJP says Steve Irwin is an international hero, not an understatement when I say he's missed. Yo, you got his son doing a lot of great work now. Seen that the other day.
It's so it waits. What the? It don't matter. It up no without the bills. On top must be okay. See, one topic.
Marty's taking that one down. With 2 mystery cards. Just going to do a little bit of homework on the side here. See what we can find out about these players. As always, if you have any information about any of the remaining hopefuls, please let me know. Always good to get as much information as possible in a game of incomplete information.
Is we sim sure.
Marius with 8 now facing the open from the back.
Sim. 哦哦，
A bet of 850 from Lucy here from the small. Marius is going to call on the 10 up.
mm,
6 of spades rolling off on the turn. Guys, the sound is still a bit choppy here. Just going to get that sorted for you. Bear with me. Thank you.
What the team on what did he hide in my poop ball? I don't think Oni. Apple do it apani. Ano. Hot them cake.
You need my items. Thanks. We got this. Yeah. Yeah.
Intimate.
We see Maldo taking that one down with the eights. Kiwi Special is in the house, says, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button, folks. Thank you. Hi, Dan. Hope you rested well. I rest as well as I could for the amount of hours I had. Didn't get to do any cardio or kettlebells this morning. We have some steak prepared. We'll be all right. I have plenty of supplements and a very large coffee in front of me. And no, I didn't know you were a woman. That's good information to have. Thank you for your help.
Nice.
Peter is going to shove from under the gun here for sub 10 bigs. We've seen Peter make some wild shoves from later position with hands like A7 offsuit for nearly 20 bigs. So this is going to be a slam dunk for him. Just about the bottom of the range you'd want to be shoving here. We are going to be 7-handed now on all three tables, so we're not 9-handed. That is something to note. And remember, yeah, he's saving one big blind behind Frightened Swan so he can tank, because there is a large pay jump from €8,922 to €11,900 on the next eliminations. Quite the pay jump. And we see Lucy with the ace jack. Marius Lucy, by the way, before this tourney had 120,000 in tournament live earnings. And Peter is in a lot of trouble here on the Queen 4-3. Does have the ace of clubs, but needs a lot of help.
Oh, this is not mati. The big. No. No, let's not help us. Der Baruka. Und der Libaris so. Asbari Asnona. Apari.
Peter needing a 9 with some running clubs. Not like that. Just a 9 and a 9 only. It is a 3. We're going to say goodbye to Peter Satek in 21st place. Great run for him. That means 20 players remaining in the EPM main event now, all guaranteed a minimum of €11,900.
Ready? So can I be with the clean body? Oh, they're on with what do you need? Is the bang bang. Eat the top. Yeah.
Worst hand is in the house. What's up, worst hands? Currywurst. I was never really a fan of those currywursts when I was living in Berlin. They were okay. We have King 10, who I know nothing about. We have Moldo, who has an extraordinary chip stack. He has a total live earnings of 123,000.
Europe. Chinese. So let's be the this is this year. Hi. The big see. Easy to be this. See gets clear. Auto.
Moldo going to see at 1.8 million. Nine seven of hearts. Putting those tips to work.
Look what
Work on Warriors. Okay. Because of clear call. He's even Corbett the pocket three. There was a funky call back yesterday. It all happened yesterday. You had to be there really before we will see some of the same players pop up and pop up. 18-10 is the flop. Waldo wants to bet something around quarter pop here. Maybe even 1.4 million. and the two diamonds on board. It's very connected. Out deck. I'll make the fire where I'm at. One we have 9 high. 9 high like a boss.
No. Yeah.
If so, good.
So flop goes check, check. Turn comes the queen of diamonds, goes check, check, and the river is a 10. If I didn't fire on the flop, I might see where I'm at on the turn. Aldo seems to just want to be done with this hand, and Marius is going to have a lot of hands that contain an ace or a king or a jack, maybe even a 10 now. Marius is check, flop, and turn. Tough to tell a story that he has a jack or a big ace now. Just decide to play that one cautiously. And yes, he's going to lose to hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. But the overall range, when Marius calls a 3-bet, he's not going to be going anywhere on that flop and turn a considerable portion of the time. I would just fire one on the flop, see where I'm at. I'd probably be done with the hand. One and done situation. Maldo has so much chips. He doesn't really need to take these spots if he doesn't want to. Worst hand says, to be fair, the curry sauce and pretzel is a superior combination. I just don't really like that red kind of curry sauce. It's very sweet and it's not. I found it just a bit sickly. I like that yellow curry you find in most Chineses around the world. My go-to would usually be a doner, or yeah, I'd get a doner kebab and a few slices of pizza more so than the currywurst. It was the worst of times, it was the best of times. Worst hand says, kind of felt like he's going to 3-bet the 9-7 suited. It's a flop. He has to fire up one on. Yeah, exactly. We have all the hands that smack the arse off that flop. And our opponent is out of position. There's a lot of hands he's going to fold immediately on the flop. So we might just fire 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million. And if we face resistance, we could just be done with the hand. It's not an ideal hand to 3-bet with in the first place because we don't have any blockers. Now, if we're only 3-betting hands that have blockers and we've that much chips, then we're going to have it more than not have it in a lot of situations. So we want to be balanced. Not saying there's anything wrong with 3-betting with 9-7 suited. It's just better to have a blocker. But obviously a blocker would have connected with the flop in the form of a king or a 10 or an ace.
call bulls. Che con tazza cleopatra vi capal ito para man.
Christopher all in for 1.95 million with the ace 10 on the ace 7 3 deuce 3. Fabio from the cutoff of pocket eights, but it is Maldo who has an ace. That's a pretty disciplined and good laydown, by the way. Again, I'm not sure how active or involved he wants to get there with just the ace 5 offsuit. We want to be suited. We want to have playability. Christopher takes down a nice one with a bit of a smile. Now playing looks like 6 million.
Mom. I see. I got video. It what they call it. I had puppy the dicky. What must you pay up? Yeah. So good. I read it. Wait. They go okay. In book. I is
So we see a raise from Siamak on the button with queen 5 offsuit. Marius defending with ace 7, flopping best. Neat get saying is inclusive $1,000 payout. Leave that with me for a second. I'll get you the answer to that question.
In special.
I believe players came back into day 2. They were guaranteed 1,000, or the minimum payout was 1,000. So whatever, the main cash got them €1,000, and then everything else was separate. So you see, it's €400,000, €401,000 for the winner. They'd already got that extra 1,000 was already secured when they were going into day 2, or had just made the money. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Moderators would be able to tell you. So Marius using CMAX aggression against them as the best hand on the ace 3 deuce. Turn is the 9 of clubs. 5.4 million in this pot now. Fumac is going for a second barrel. I don't think this is going to work. He's betting 1.75 million into this pot, nearly 6 bigs. Marius can't fold an ace. Not yet, anyway. Let's see what the river brings. 8.9 million in the pot now. Just shy of 30 bigs as we hit the river. And it's a big brick. The deuce of clubs. Well, I say it's a brick. Does bring in the backdoor flush draw. I don't think Sia can triple barrel this. I could be wrong. If he fires the full enchilada 17 bigs, all we have then with our ace 7 is a bluff catcher. If he bets a small sizing or even half his stack, I think we have too good of odds to call. So betting 2.225 million. It looks very milky, but look at the size of this pot, gang. There is 11.1 million in the pot, and he's talking to him. Would he really be talking to him if he had the nuts? I don't think so. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. You do the quick maths in your head here. He's getting really, really good odds to call with his ace 7. I'd like to see you think about this for a bit longer before betting as well. That's a huge pot for Marius. I think we bet flop and maybe fire a second barrel there with the queen 5. If you want to know the truth, I just wouldn't open the queen 5 on the button in the first place, especially when we're off suit. There's just no need.
Slice. Up a bit. Oh. Eyeball. Jack. Where is that? That's up there. Man tells you to do this the part and you make
Oh.
nin possibilities that probably me say oh
So Marius now playing a whopping 63 big blinds, finds himself in the small blind with king queen of clubs. Moldo, the one raising to 1.6 million 4x with the queen 8 of diamonds, flopping best on the 8-7-3. One club in it for Marius. I don't want it to get too confusing with two Mariuses, so I'm going to call Marius Moldovano. Just call him Moldo. If I call Marius Lucy, sounds like I'm calling him a girl like Lucy. So I'm just going to call him Marius and the other Marius Moldo. Unless anyone has any other suggestions. We can't be having two Mariuses. It'll get very confusing. Especially for me. So Maldo will take that one down. CG says, can I call him, Lucy? You can call him whatever you want. You can shout at the TV, say whatever. But for me, I want to make this the least amount of confusion as possible. Lucy with the lay down. Pour some sugar on me. Some people were wondering if he shoves that river, does the A7 call? I don't think so, but it's not a bluff you want to be attempting too often. It could just be a spot where the button is firing off 3 streets too often, and if we've an ace, we just have to call.
Discuss. Sheets. By take it you.
Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 200k. Big blind is now 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400.
Society of by keep tapos si atay. Ano?
Maldo with top pair. 2 pair for Sia. This is all going in. Although very unlucky, flopping top pair with a decent kicker. See you with 2 pair. See you being one of the greatest singers in the world. We'll be singing after this double up unless it comes a 10. It is the Queen. 7.5 million now for Sia.
This, dollar, yeah. That's okay. The argument.
Yeah, where's WSOP Europe main event being held this year? It is being held. Some more, please. Same place it's been held for the last 2 years. Kings Resort. It was allowed. Text public and determining order. Find out all the details about that on the Kings Resort website. We have a merchandise store on there. So, apparel. Roswell. It's Aaron at 12:20 a.m. Wednesday morning here. The fire alarm is going off in our building. Getting hot in here. Someone call fire truck. Out the hoses.
What?
BT. Voodoo. That's good. King 10 raised to 1.1 million from the cutoff. It's 6-7 of spades. Not the biggest fan of opening here to 2.8x with 7 high, even if we are suited with some massive stacks behind off 16 bigs or so. Think we want to have a little bit of a better hand here. 8, 9, 9, 10 suited. 6, 7 suited is going to be fine to open here, but I would rather have more than 20 bigs into some big stacks behind. They can put us in a lot of under a lot of pressure. Marius checks with the ace 3. King 10 going for a very large raise, or very large bet of over 2 million. You need to be careful doing things like that on the 995 with 2 hearts out there. Does take it down. You can feel the tension. It's palpable as we get closer and closer to the final table. We're going to have a redraw. When we hit 16 remaining, me using big words like palpable, big words like marmalade. Arias with 83 bigs. Moldo. Marius with 58. King 10 now with 21. Sia with 21.
Wow.
Yappa Snap says, how are you, Robocop? Sound is a little all over the shop. Can't understand. It's better now. I had a very good day with sound yesterday. A very good night with sound on Sunday. Let's just see if we can get things instructed from Kings support side. There are 7 servers between myself and the Kings support. I'm only one man. One man from Ireland. See. Lucky. Will be station. Oh, he. Nice to have you with us, Yappa Snapper. Honest. What have you got for us today? You usually have a riddle, a question, an observation, a story. You can't be coming in here with nothing. Get your arms swinging. Swinging like a crocodilian's teeth, mate. Chris shoves 12 big blinds. Marius gets out of the way with pocket 4s. Chris takes that one down. The nut says they're going to have to scrap that top off Marius. Which Marius? The poker stars Marius with the EPT? Or the other Marius? I haven't seen what he's wearing yet.
C'est tandis que là.
Et il y a des... It's a bit of a 19 players remaining now. EPT welded to him. Indeed. Cut off for Chris. Oi, it's cut off Chris. And he's going to shove 15 bigs total. I don't usually recommend shoving 15 bigs with hands like this. We want to raise, call, etc. But in a tournament like this, I don't mind shoving really strong hands, just taking down the blinds and antes. I think ace queen suited is where I draw the line. Might even shove ace queen offsuit. With the suited variety, I want to raise call. Maldo's going to call with the ace queen of strawberries. Strawberries, you mean raw berries. This one is going to go to Splitsville almost all of the time.
Oh, like the speedy.
Hatta masa. Vediamo cosa ci com.
Dame poppen.
Queen 6, Jack 9. Chop it up, boys. You know what they say. Yeah, but Snap says, well, I've made the decision that aliens are real. What I want to know is, do you think your dad, alien, has his own dad chair at the table like humans have? I reckon so. I got this brand new chair, and it's been doing really bad things for my lower back the last 3 days. I know you have to break in these bucket chairs or whatever, but it's certainly a massive upgrade. I'm just wondering at what point am I going to find this chair comfortable? Next time I'll have to shell out on a chair about 3 times as expensive. This one was only about 150 postage and package as well. It is comfy, but something not right at the part of the chair that contains my lower back. Anyway, all players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €11,900. 18 players remaining now. We are 2 players away from a redraw. See raises to 1 million.
Then we again now. Oh, yeah, cause man,
What? Oh.
King 10 calls from the big blind. 6-6 deuce is the flop. Sia bets just over 1 million. That should be the end of that. Let's it go. Sky says King 10 with the King 10. No flies on you, Sky. Very well observed.
Oh.
this mit dem mm, mm, mm,
Marius with ace king. 17 players remaining now. One elimination away from the redraw. 1.1 million to go. Sizing up, not down, with their opens at this feature over the first few orbits.
Đó. Y. À.
mm, 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 mm.
Marius bets 800k on the Jack deuce. C is going to call with the ace 9. Both players with ace high. Marius is far superior. Queen of spades rolling off on the turn. Does Marius want to just check now, or does he continue firing to get a hand like a deuce, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s to fold? Maybe flushes out some equity. I think checking is better, and he does do just that. Now it's a double paired board, 4.4 million in the pot. See it checks again. Does Marius want to try make a large bet? You get C at the fold and ace. If Sia had a jack, I think we would hear about it on the river. He's not just going to check it. I don't think so anyway. Marius just going for the safe option.
Nico. Can you let I go and
Okay, fine.
oh you are good net player. You can this down like an object. Welcome. That's what I thought. Oh, but I good player from. They in France to be better. More forward. Oh, no. Wat toch van jij atoms? Wat toch van meer dan zijn is jongen. Die ik loom en een hero.
What?
We voelen het haram. Zinde, echt wat ook dit al. Nou, ik daar aan je. All is haram. Us also planet. Up speak. You was the it is for. Oh.
So Maldo in raising from the hijack with ace queen off suit.
Better.
Ama demin only
Chris going to defend with queen 9 of clubs. Doesn't want to see a queen high flop unless it contains a 9. It is king 8-9. Not the worst for Chris. I think our go-to strategy for Moldo here is to bet this hits our range more so than the big blind's defending range with the king on board. Does bet one big. Chris isn't going to be going anywhere for one big blind.
Bombo bile kanda shakila ba. No. Yes, see.
$1.6 million is the bet on the turn. The brick in the 3 of spades. Does bring some backdoors if our opponent had. If either player has backdoor spades, they've now picked up a flush draw. This puts a lot of pressure on Chris. His full stack being leveraged, and that's why you're going to see he's going to fold to the pressure. You've heard the man. Stop dealing. We have reached 16 players. That means we are going on a redraw for the guts of 20 minutes. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. Things are just getting started and heating up nice.
And here, very at W up this area. It is. Por continuo, button today, apre looking button today. O problema you want it, or out, equal out there. Traveling is 201, Korani. Can't be at in random. You can go from ETG to button same way. Like, you know what is the forbidden? Guys, go. Hadi bak, slow. Orası hemen ist rum, ama heute ist man.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see Teddy KGB, pretty much the man of this tournament so far. Had a roller coaster of a day yesterday, but my good God, does this guy run good. Teddy three bets to 2.6 million, and he's got the aces. This is a guy you want at your table to commentate on. Relentless, ruthless, very entertaining, and great for the game.
What in
Mario out of the way. We have Eddie, Luca, Ali, Pearson, Marius, Lucy, Ia, Ryan, Nicolas, and Fabio all at this week's table. Of Sweden, Italy, Germany, France, Austria, and Bulgaria all being represented under one roof. We're just zooming in. Euro Poker Millions. Main event. Fighting with a wasp here, guys. Give me a moment.
Reggie metric so oh it oh Patel beauty.
Anyway, guys, what we said, I didn't realize Eddie has up to 400 pegs. He had to cut 400 pegs a lot of yesterday. But he has 70 million bucks if all three bet. I would not be getting in this guy's way. I'll go fuck S against any fuck seven. It was tuned in yesterday for about 13 hours. So Eddie KDB. So
Go right on point by big them at we
on this turn, Teddy checks. And Cal, 20 million, wants to size up here. Try get some chunky value from Teddy. Instead, he's gone for a very small sizing, doesn't want to get rid of his customer. And he will take that one down. Guys, I'm going to get the sound fixed for you. I'll be back in a few moments. My apologies. It's out of my control.
Go.
Yeah, I Padre Baker.
By the boy.
Good thing. I
You want it? Dude. You want to cut them off. That up and do it. Well, nó cái chip của họ đã sự bố hợp tên hợp bốc ê kia hạt hô ra Alex itu ayo ai đã bị tới siêu để sẽ sorry online itu anyway and these where you put the Pacific bucket
Padre
3.1.
Oh. Alrighty, folks, I am getting the sound fixed. I'm not sure how it sounds now. Hopefully, you can hear me loud and clear. Picking up the action here on the turn on the 9, 4, Queen, 5, Eddie, with Queen left apart. Marius waving the stop, which I'm not a big fan of because Eddie will have a lot of Queen X in his lane. This was under the gun against Big Guy. Look at the size of this pot now, 17.5 million. So much money in this pot. Nearly 18 million. Is going to check it back because the pot's so big. This guy just seems to have it. Unbelievable stack. Nearly 200 big blinds. A force to be reckoned with.
Guess really good. I saw go through how this stuff. It's really well. Okay. What they? Alles das ist jetzt der Katze drin. Bitte.
It seems like the sound is fixed now. Just let me know throughout the day like I keep saying, there's 7 servers between Ireland and Kings. It's been great for the most part yesterday and the night before. Doing all we can. It's out of my control. I just worry about things that are in my control, like these poker players should do. Cal raises to 800k. What an exciting feature table this is, by the way. The Guy Romance is very clear now. That is what I want to hear. Music to my ears.
I can book it. Good. 1.5.
Apple bet. Apple bet.
863 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Marius with an overpair. Pocket 10s again. Teddy with a good shot straight draw with no diamond in his hand. Simpa Sweden says, hope Cal do good. I am from Sweden, so I hope he gets far. Am I pronouncing his name right? Is it Cal or Cali? Sounds like a weed strain from California.
Football. Delay. Get at it. 1 at 5. Can I feel bit B? No. This is all. Like it. Well, then talking.
Seldom.
Eddie KGB can pretty much open any two cards at this point. Case in point here with the 5-3 off two. Lesbian 10-7 off two. Up and best. It's 1 million. There's no pair, no draw after KGB going to try bulldoze his way to victory. Perhaps. That is his go-to strategy. He doesn't need to be overly reckless now. Easier said than done from what we've seen KGB do yesterday. He puts so much pressure on a variety of hands here by continuing to fire. However, that board club tears the board. It's very hard to get a 10 to fold now when the board is basically a brick. You wouldn't expect the big blind to have enough call act, is what I'm trying to say. Up there's the board, all the balls is put out there. Well, I would just like to see Teddy check back here on the turn, but it's not really the cloth from which he is cut. 2.2 million is the bet. 2.2 million is the call. River is the deuce of spades. And if we fired flop and if we fired turn, your opponent only has 4 million back. Pocket change to Teddy. 8.8 million in the pot. I think I would be requesting the triangle. Now, I'm not saying that this is an easy call by any stretch of the imagination, but once we've called flop and we've called turn, we beat all the diamond draws. We beat ace highs that continued firing. There's nearly 13 million in the pot. It's 4 million to call. Teddy has that star factor about him, though. It's like he's shown the goods so many times. And if you haven't been playing with him at the feature all day yesterday, you don't know just how wide he is capable of bluffing. It's so easy for me to say, oh, I definitely call with the 10-7. That's because I watched Teddy all day yesterday. This is the first time we've seen Presian at the feature table, so maybe he doesn't have much history with Teddy, and therefore he only has a bluff catcher with the 10-7. He unblocks so many diamond combos. Ace highs might continue firing. When Teddy has that much chips, he's capable of having any two from the button. I just call, even if it is for my tournament life. If Teddy has a queen, then so be it. He's kind of polarized in that he should be checking back with nearly all of his 10x on the turn. So I think we are beating more hands than we are losing to. And that would push me in the direction of a call more so than a fold. Let me know what you think about that one in the chat.
Thank you.
The clock is being called. It is for his tournament life with 16 players remaining.
But now the last 20 seconds for the video. At the last 5 seconds to coffee now last week. 20 seconds for the over. See, 8 day back to this. 50. Odds.
He does calls for his tournament life and is correct and is now playing 42 big blinds. Seems like relatively easy call. But when you're sitting there at the feature table, lights, camera, action, so much money on the line. It's so easy to just fold in that spot. And that's not even going to hurt any KGB that much. Yes, that's a 10 big blind river jam. But he's still playing 69 million. 173 big blinds. Yeah, but Snap says the guy at the end of the table was mouthing something to him. I didn't hear that, no. I try not to have table sound up too loud because the riffling of the chips distracts me. He was waiting for a ladder, by the way. That's important to note. But I still think he was taking a decent length of time with his decision. We're looking at a pretty sizable pay jump, lads. And it has been reached. We've gone from €11,900 to €15,900. Maybe that's why he was tanking for that long. But obviously a very difficult decision for his tournament life.
So, in the defense, minute at over top. It could like that's fastest speed. So when Nico comes in though. Yeah. Yes. Stop. Hey. And please.
We see Nico with 16 bigs in the cutoff. We're seeing a rip. I've talked about this a few times. He's shoving 16 bigs here just to take down the blinds and antes. We had a bit of a rule, not a rule that was signed and sealed and set or anything, but around 13 bigs or less, you can be shoving these ones. 16 bigs or more, definitely want to start min-raise calling. But in a tournament like this, ICM pressure is huge. With the ace-queen offsuit combination, I don't mind just ripping. But I wouldn't be doing it every time. It really depends who's in the blinds. They have all reached the pay jump.
You and will. How did you deserve the fun table?
Big up.
Is the putin? Secrets. That was end of jet. You said I'm not done that you.
Yappa says, nah, he was quiet. He was saying something to the guy calling, and he was looking at him through his glasses like he was giving him advice. I don't think he was giving him advice. I would have to hear it again. Definitely should not be talking when there's that much action taking place. 14 players remaining now. All guaranteed €15,900 if you're just tuning in. It's the final day of the €590 buy-in, the Euro Poker Millions, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Luca with the King 9 of Hearts defending. It is crazy, some of the stacks that are in play at this feature. Just a testament to how amazing the structure is with 80-minute blinds. 22.7 million is the average stack. Well over 50 big blind average with 14 players remaining.
Yeah, really young.
Agnes, ein sieht noch am Nicken.
Bird says, howdy, where you all brave and behave nice. What's up, Bird? Did they behave nice last night? I'd be more worried about the people at the table playing. Did they behave nice? There was some car crash situations. Some ICM punters. Some big pot blunders. It's like you've got a couple of 100 big blind stacks at this table, and then it pales in comparison to Teddy's 170. The amount of blinds that are in play here.
Super.
Teddy with the best of it here on the 9675. This board slamming his big blind perceived defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack. Actually, might have seen him lead on this turn. Now the ace has rolled off. Cal with the best of it. Check from Teddy. Cal going to try get some value for top pair. Decent kicker. Teddy's just so stubborn. Could see him calling here. He's really beating feck all. Does decide to call.
Das Providations was attivate e hopped. Vai. Ichikulichins. Unanichip funge. Can he be Become a whole involved. But we feel like it is sick.
Fix. He's it is this is that that is
Carl raising with ace 4 suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. He's playing a whopping stack of 83 big blinds. The amount of chips in play at this table is crazy. It's like a deep stack cash game.
It man. That it.
tất cả sự từ bây giờ là cái cửa là cấp quá cái từ sự
Cái tiếp sao? Rách nè. Hết. Nice that it come. We can. It's how can I not stick make it to the water? Ich bin mit Popo. Die schauen auf der Kamera am Star.
And the ace king will take that one down. ECW King says, let's go. Final day, baby. ECW King yesterday told us how much chips in play, or what percentage of chips in play KGB had. Let's see you do it again. He has chunks.
Dallas. Stuck. Yes.
He's lucky.
This.
Yes. Happily.
Yeah. part of our CG. You, it is. This. Up the. Tell it that it.
So we see a raise to 1.8 million from the ace deuce, putting significant pressure back on the small blind with the ace three.
Gelede. WSOP. Yeah. And you like the new blast, 255 on it. 255 on by. What?
Nico is just going to shove from the cutoff. I wouldn't normally recommend shoving this amount of bigs again with these kind of combos. The magnitude of this moment, it's probably better just to be taking down the blinds and antes. The ICM pressure is significant.
That I just saw pink money. I said, "Oh, my God, this is able." Yeah, that looks so different.
Big.
Very cool.
Yeah, I was going to say he's got somewhere in the region of 20% of all the chips in play, Teddy KGB. Beast of a man.
So yes, living low.
You see a 3-bet from Cal on the button. Looked like he went for quite chunky size in here. And the chunky sizing is an issue because it's only going to be 4.3 million back from the 4-bet rip from Fabio in the small blind with the ace queen off suit.
is the it's it.
I still think we find a way of getting away from this for nearly 11 big blinds more. Oh! Whoa! It was 8.7 bigs more because the blinds have just gone up. That changes things a lot. He should just be making a smaller 3-bet there. Makes it like 5 bigs and then it's 9 more. I suppose that's about what he did. He's just decided he's calling. Want to have a bit of a better hand than the King 3 offsuit, but here we go. 2 live cards. 9-8-5 is the flop. 12 players remaining now. Fabio hating that the King or 3 eliminates him. It is a queen. Big turn card there for Fabio. Avoids the King on the river. Yeah, because the blinds had gone up, it's hard to avoid calling there. I still think, yeah, he should just be letting his hand go for 8.7 bigs more. Happy to see that he 2 live cards. And that's going to telegraph to the entire table there that Cal is capable of 3-betting with a hand like King 3 offsuit and calling a 4-bet rip. It's all kicking off here at the King's Resort. Teddy, 132 big blinds, 40% of all the chips in play at this feature table. Luca, 76 blinds. Cal with 48 blinds now. Plessian, 33. Fabio with 32. And Nico with 14. We are playing 2 tables of 6. We are 3 eliminations away from the redraw, the final redraw for the FP.
It busy. Take it. What is it about?
Then for Nico, full 14 big blind. Again, it's getting into territory of shoving too many bigs. lot of scared money out there. Very understandable. Not saying I wouldn't be doing something similar myself. What I'm thinking here is better to be min raising hands like 10 because of the significant action behind you, you can get away. Only just open jam, wake up the crack bust. Things are looking quite dire. Danny Dyer.
Nico. Good. Bye.
Teddy wants to call here. This is an absurd amount of chips to be considering calling. They are six-handed. Oh, lads, he's got chips in hand. Don't be coming after Teddy KGB's big blind. He doesn't want to fold. Gives a wry smile, looks over at his opponents. Nico is talking away to him. I'm not sure what he's saying. I don't think he wants a call. But he's talking that fast to his opponent. Seems to me like he's feigning confidence here. Maybe he does want to call. I just want to take down the blinds and antes when I shove 14 bigs with 10s with 12 remaining. Doesn't want to be going into a coin flip situation. And if Teddy had something like 7s, 8s, or 9s, he'd probably fold 7s, 8s, and 9s. I can't say for sure what Teddy would do with this amount of chips. But the longer it goes, if he's 7s, 8s, or 9s, he's probably made his decision already. It is leaning towards having 2 overcards to the pocket 10s. And in that case, we want Teddy to muck his hand as quickly as possible. If I'm Teddy, I'm stalling here as well. I want to see the sweat dripping off all the players' faces. It's Teddy's world with this amount of bigs, and the rest of them have to live in it, and he should revel in this moment. It's so difficult to get to this point again. 5,303 entries in this one. You're down to the final 12. You have 140 big blinds. Let's have a little fun.
Me weg. Was? Me bei die Skop. Sonst gut gar nicht mit.
I wouldn't have been shocked to see a call there. We could see, if you put that one into a calculator, it would be a diabolical call. But from watching at home, you can see it was in a coin flip situation. Never too far ahead in this game.
Basper ganz hilfer. Stimmt, fucking cool. It was it. Stop. Oh, little simples. I get blocked. Oh, I think it one. Oh, watchy. We have. Ele la ni lo que mal vida. Pues it's ah. Okay. Okay.
in right there. Does this this face
Three-way action to the flop. Queen Jack 5. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Nico bets 1.5 million with the best hand. Good shot straight draw for Fabio.
I did look that. Jack.
And Fabio doesn't understand the call. Nico doesn't understand the call from Fabio on the turn. The ace of spades rolling off. Shakes his head. Doesn't look too happy. We got a big talker here with 12 remaining. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie from Canada. What's up, Southside Ronnie? This is poker. Well said, gang. It's just such a valuable pot for Nico. You can understand his frustration. Now finds himself with 12 bigs on the button, needs to shove this. Let's put his money over the line.
Happy the book. Kita di sini.
Great to see nearly 700 of you tuning in on YouTube and nearly 200 on Twitch so far today. Southside Ronnie says, how are you, mate? I'm pretty good. Decent. Reasonable.
Yeah. Good stop. Va. It's sister. Sweet. Ski is scope up it. That's good. You
Nico finds himself with another spot to get his money across the line. Definitely seems a bit on edge. This Nico guy. Understandable with so much money on the line. Teddy raised to 1.1 million. 17 bigs going to be Teddy out. I can see Teddy calling about 13 bigs here. With that amount of chips.
The dog is Steve. See.
See, we do. I did say, yeah. Me. House. All cream.
Nico raising to 1 million with the king queen off suit. Fabio calling on the button with queen 10. Teddy just going to call from the big blind, and the flop is queen deuce deuce. Fabio might lose some chips here with top pair. Not the biggest fan of his call on the button, by the way. Even though we are six-handed now, wants something a little bit better than the queen 10. Maybe it's fine. I just would prefer to be suited. The reason I'm saying I don't really like calling on the button is you have to worry about Teddy squeezing behind you. Definitely wouldn't be calling on the button much wider than this. We are 3 eliminations away from the final table. Every chip matters. Somebody in the chat will probably say, oh, this is totally fine to call on the button. And it is, but you've got to worry about the small and the big behind you. And Nico is a little bit tilted, or he's on edge. And he's starting the hand with just over 20 bigs. So I would just give him the benefit of the doubt here and release with the queen 10 on the button, even though we do have him covered.
Uncle.
These are just kind of hands that get us in trouble when we have the unsuited varieties. Even though we are in position and have the button, when we flop a queen, our opponent can often have us outkicked. That is just an absurdly large jam here from Nico. No need for betting that amount. There's nothing to be worried about. Such a dry board. Queen, deuce, deuce, eight. Fabio just can't call 18 bigs now. Had Nico bet something like 4 bigs, setting up a perceived river jam, we'd be seeing a river card. Fabio would be forced to call. This is just overkill with the king, queen.
Identity piece, no? What the plan? It's you know, I mean, yes, but
Fabio lets it go. Nico talking to him. Nico now playing 30 big blinds. So much ICM at stake as well. That's why you just want to be folding hands like that queen 10 off suit. There's a giant pay jump between 12th and 11th, by the way, that cannot go unnoticed. It's €15,900, the current payout. Make it to the final 11 and you've netted yourself €21,000 minimum. Also seems like a good time to mention that nearly every player that makes it to the final table is going to secure a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe that's taking place at the King's Resort later on this year. You can find out all the information about the World Series of Poker Europe on the King's Resort website.
that piece, no?
Easy. Happy.
Swaza. It's a good discussion. The day it's got to go. It's big, big.
Yes. Keep like shake it. Does it?
Teddy in the mix. King 10 of clubs. Flop is ace jack 4. Button against big blind. Presian with the king 8 defending. The reigning, defending. Teddy KGB. I'll make a great Bruce Buffer someday. Dan Bluffer. Teddy takes down another one.
Quadrat small record. Ace. Quadrat people, small. Quadrat QV capable. Oh, great. Was this kid you have taken away? He's very fast. Sit down, it's like you want on the car, bitch.
Very strict.
Yeah, but snaps it. Dan Fluffer, maybe. Oh, you. This effing guy. Funny how, like a clown, I'm here to amuse you. Hey, oh, I'm walking over here. Nico on the button with the ace queen off suit. Presian from the small blind, king jack off suit. All options on the table. I think his best course of action with ICM is to just call against Nico, who has shown a propensity to be very aggressive in some key situations, especially post-flop. This guy is just going to 4-bet rip it in your face too often to make this 3-bet that profitable. Yes, he has been quite active, but I want to use Nico's aggression against him. Therefore, I think the superior play is to just call from the small, even though we are unsuited. Nico does 4-bet rip. I just feel overall it's the wrong geezer to be 3-betting to from the small blind. Presian is going to go into the tank here, make it look like he's got a real decision for his tournament life. Also, very important about this 3-bet as well. Nico has us covered. Yes, it's only by 1.3 bigs. But that really matters considering there's a huge pay jump between 12th and 11th. This 3-bet works so much better when we have Nico covered. Players will start to grow impatient by this tank the longer it goes on.
Hai là bớt vì nó xí cái to. Thôi ô ô à Kana anpe kırası sekin sarıs mıyan lebbolde kara kaisa ki patina laska de sectors man istai
I believe a clock has been called. Very easy to say that this stalling is so unnecessary and you're playing for such a massive pay jump, let alone what's up top, over 400,000 euro. You could nearly buy a full house in Ireland for 400,000 euro. Excuse the poker pun. You might even be able to buy a house, 3/4 of a really nice house, and have some change, or a full house with some money left to go on a holiday, buy a car, grease some wheels. I don't know. You wouldn't have much left in Ireland for a house these days out of 400,000 euro. You're looking at 250 to 300 minimum. That was a very long tank. Maybe that's why he 3-bet, so he'd be able to tank for so long once his opponent 4-bet ripped. How can she slap? Yapasnap says, I love you, Dan. Love you too, buddy. Hope one day we can have a beer together. I'm off the beer at the moment. I told you this yesterday. Got to do a full gut repair. I'm in camp, bro. Preparing for my next big fight. Val making it 1.8 million to go, and I really like this sizing from the small blind, putting a lot of pressure on Fabio. You see a lot of players making this a million, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. That 1.8 just prices out a lot of hands that would normally call from the big. Now, this isn't a hand that Fabio can fold. He will be calling with the ace-5 offsuit. 4.1 million in the pot as we see the flop. It is 5 deuce deuce. Very nice flop for Fabio. Carl's got to start with a bet, something like 1.5 million. Goes for 1.5 million. Sometimes we might raise here, but with the ace of spades, I think it just plays better as a call. We do want to deny equity certain portion of the time for such a small c-bet. It just sucks so badly if they come over the top as an all-in. He is going to raise. I think this is nice. Denying equity is important here. Hal's not going anywhere with just king 4. Right, guys, we got a game. Kitty game down the street, 10.7 million in the pot. Turn instantly going check, check. River is the 9 of spades. And suddenly they're playing for stacks because stack to pot ratio is basically 1-to-1. Cal just giving it up. I don't really like his call on the flop. It would be very difficult to get the showdown with just king high. Don't really love his raise from the small blind either. It is okay to have some of these hands in our closing lane from the air, covering the big blinds. I would probably just start with a limp. Celtic Champions says on YouTube, could have bought the whole street in Ireland 20 years ago for that. Well said, buddy. Over 800 people on YouTube now tuning in on this Tuesday afternoon. Nico, 1.1 million to go with Kings.
Why is the
Nico flopping the world here on the ace, king, ace. Luca with a decent piece of it here. Checking. Nico going for the double check. The double stuff. Ace, king, ace, deuce, deuce. Now Luca might want to go for some value, or what he thinks is going to be value, until he gets it stuck in his eye. Bet somewhere around half pot here, 1.2, 1.3 million. Was for 1.4. And Nico forced to just call. I slightly missed that. I thought there was going to be a raise. Got the second deuce on the board. Meaning any ace beat his full house. But he will take it down. Yeah, I see that now, Southside Ronnie. It's a bad river. I was looking at the 3 spades there. I was like, well, the flush comes in. I have glasses in front of me. Maybe I should start wearing them. Am I right, guys? Average stack over 53 big blinds. Yikes.
Off 6.
I'm gonna need it. I'll just have some.
You know, he get this go, so on the Joe crazy.
Back on the pen. Gee. How much? What?
Carl taking that one down with the 6-7 suited.
Ilang kaman spam.
That's black. Are you the me? Your name is Eva. What?
Teddy with the 6-5 of hearts. Raises it up. Felician with 17 bigs in the big blind. I really like rejamming this one, and I'll tell you why, because the 5-3 was shown down earlier. And if you know Teddy is opening that wide, this becomes a slam dunk shove, even though there is significant ICM considerations. No problem calling here again and using Teddy's aggression against him on flop, turn, and river. I just think these combos going to play better as a rejam off this stack depth. Now, having said all that, it's a dangerous cover to be dealing with because Teddy has shown a propensity to not go quietly into the night, and he has the chips to call you. Obviously, ace 10 plus, we're just rejamming. But I think ace 9 squeezes in there. Ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 offsuit, by the way. Going to be rejams as well, as far as I'm concerned, against this specific opponent. Interesting to see just how wide you would rejam. Let me know in the chat. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Really nice pickup there for Felician. I know a lot of players would just call big, facing the button open. But when you break it down and smell the flowers, Teddy's opening pretty much any two on the button. Maybe he lets hands go like 7 deuce and 8-3. I don't even know. Yeah, but says, you tell me, Dan, how wide does it need to be before you have to rejam? Sometimes you just have to stick it in and think of Ireland, Yappa Snap. Just put it in. Worry about the rest later. Celtic Champions says ace picture card for me. Yeah, I see where you're coming from and I understand, but we need to be doing it a lot wider, especially against the chip leader.
Take the cuts. 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 My friend, if I don't sit there, take. What is this? Yani,
No pair, no draw says never missing opportunities. Is just stick it in. And Yappa Staff says, Dan, what's the difference between jam and peanut butter? I know the answer to that question and I'm not answering it. You can feel free to enlighten the channel there. Oh. Yeah. It's we haven't reached the watershed yet. Yapper Snap is getting prematurely excited here is what's happening. You won't get away with that when the moderators are here, but you have your fun. Have your fun there for the moment. All in good spirits with the Yappa Snap. Oh boy.
That's go up.
Teddy raising to just over $1 million. Also, important to note that Teddy can start making slightly larger raises if he wants. Teddy can really start adding an extra $250,000 on top of a min raise, making it 1.25. We've seen guys making it as big as extra raise yesterday, and he's got cut-offs. Some. Brescian is going to stall the ball, stall the digger once more.
For what you do. On my if you want to see so feel bad. Bluff. House. Nike-san. Die gibt Taki Hambun.
Every the next begin up this water being falls.
Oh, Carl with a real hand. And Fabio with a real hand as well. You what way this develops. I think the go-to is just to be calling here from the small and the big against the chip leader. If we have this amount of chips on the feature, it'd be interesting just how much chips are in play at the outer table.
If it's
Lovely flop here. Fabio, top pair, top kicker. Fairly well disguised as well. Yeah, look, you're going to see a lot of stalling with such a significant pay jump between 12th and 11th. It's huge. It's a few grand.
Awesome.
$8 million in the pot now as we hit the turn. Tens checking with just one overcard to the pocket pair. Teddy should be giving up on this one. The small blind is called and the big blind. It's not his board. Can't win them all, Teddy. That's a card that might get the tens. Bob, you have a busted straight draw, busted flush draw. Might even be going for tin value with a 7. Let's see how much he decides to bet. Instead, the tens are going to make a blockerish type sizing so they don't have to call a larger bet. 1.5 is the bet. 1.5 is all Teddy wants to know. Say you've got here, guys. Oh, Teddy could get caught with his hand in the cookie jar here if he decides to go for a large raise. And the small and the big showing a bit of weakness here the way they've bet and called on the river. He's definitely thinking about it.
oh
Good boy, Teddy. Teddy Bear. Mux. We'll say goodbye to those chips. He's now playing 25 big blinds. Fabio with the ace jack winning a really nice puff for himself. Oh, prepared. The action here, Lulz. I wonder my take on Kasuf. Oh, yeah. Willie Kasuf. Old Willie. Haven't heard his name in nearly 24 hours. Was he out of line? Absolutely. Was it just a strategy within the rules? No. The tournament director handled it all. Well, I'm no TD now. but they are some of the best tournament directors in the business. He was given ample warning. It's not like it's his first rodeo. It's not like it's his first time to go to the World Series and get in trouble. That's my take on it. Was it a little bit over excessive? Perhaps a small bit, but overall, I feel like the ruling was very warranted. You're on about guys stalling for pay jumps here, and the action's so slow. What he was doing while walking non-stop. And I know a little bit of something about having to talk non-stop. Exhausting. None of you or see me tomorrow be underneath a blanket for at least 12 hours and try to put my phone out and not talk to anyone, not respond to any messages. That's my normal go-to the first day after doing comms for 3 days in a row. However, I've learned over time to be more prepared. And alas, I am making plans to go to the sauna, the steam room, the ice bath, the gym, and the jacuzzi for a decompression. My whole point is, when Kasuf is acting like that and has explained that he's had very little and hasn't been eating properly for days on end, that's where the sociopathic tendencies arise. Nobody just gets up after having a really nice 8.5 hours sleep and decides they want to go murder someone. It's usually people who are unhinged from a lack of nutrition and a lack of sleep. That answers part one of your question. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have a massive pot developing. It's far more important than Willie Kasuf. Cal with the nines. Fabio with ace queen offsuit from the small blind. And this is all going in. Fabio just got to have strong of a hand to fold. Hopefully I'm not getting the hiccups. Seems to be a daily occurrence from the speed at which I eat my food while I'm commentating. Fabio with ace queen. It is 9.7 million more for him to call. You could make an argument for folding a hand like ace 10 or ace jack in this spot. But ace queen, we're dancing. There you have it. Big boy poker. Huge flip for both players involved. Fabio will still have 31 big blinds if he loses. As for his tournament life is at risk, he will have over 50 big blinds if he can successfully hold with his pocket nines. Here we go. Lady of the night in the window. And now things are looking grim for Cal Pearson with his pocket nines. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Reverse the 3 of diamonds. And we will lose. Cal Pearson. Now 11 players remaining. Pay jump has been reached. All players now guaranteed over €20,000, 21,000. 2 eliminations away from the final table. And it is all to play for here. You could cut the tension with a knife. Or maybe even a scissors. They've been around here, Yapasnap can start. Can't have a problem if you're a fluffer, then. I'm more into cute beavers myself, Yappa Snap. The furry cup. No, Perno Draw says it is bad for the game, at least IMO. I'm not saying people shouldn't start talking at the table, shouldn't be allowed to mislead people. That is part of the game. Well, it's all the consistent stalling and trying to pervert the course of justice using the law against his opposition. Two eliminations away from the FT.
Wait, that minute. Of van tweede eten naar Gidsboet. Hier, je hebt de fijne tweede eten naar hem naar dat. Vabbè, dillo la che ti ragazza. Oggi Carugno. Sì. Ja. Krijgen hij post neergehaald. We hebben het zelf voor in de uitzet volgende shippen doen. Maar is lukt zo. Dikke wel oppassen. Maar ja, de heute op gab sich zum da wie verwei. Ist unstabil wird selbst sie ganz zum Bild. Sie das so die guys. Stop that. Okay. Because
Jacks, two black jacks under the gun opening to 1.1 million.
yeah. But yet that was
He would take that one down.
she knows it was it would be like that too. Oh, yes. Was it?
Believe it or not, I can be annoyed with that broken soup or whatever. I whack them and feet to the band for life. What's that game? Is it called whack-a-mole? It just pops up his head and you whack hammer.
Bravo, non canno io posso. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
That's his what night It's like whack-a-mole. All the supposed to prepare to cook having the student energy for more of it. Yeah, like the way get rid of things to not bring attention to them. Very well said, Noam saying 42. Nice to have you with us. It's a long way to Tipperary, I hear. Somebody Bible.
Does it have the handsome?
Here again, the mug.
So is temperature. Um, Jibope. It's stated that this did
Going to put up, clean back off, raises to 1.1 million.
pass. Fish was X. I killed, but I can't get what it. That's the was telling you that when you out that there was no kid apple and I got kitten. I love it. What? See, for me, not do, and you do. This is like awesome. Where are you from?
Yeah, love another should be equal.
I don't know. I don't know. They look below. Access box. Oh. Doing it on the lot to me. Okay. Here, it's with it.
We'll take that one now. Fabio now, 81 big blinds. A very good pair. Good company. And one to watch as we are now on the final table bubble.
We did the last power up to
Luca calling with Queen Jack of Hearts. Johnny asked, where can we see who is left at the other table? Well, we're on the final table bubble, so very soon They're all going to be together for the final 9.
Over towards over.
We started with 22, 10 remain. Only 9 can go. Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't go. Yam yam. Teddy takes it down with a nice 3 bet with the 10-5 of hearts. Pretty sick spot there for the Queen Jack suited. Kind of want to see a flop there with 60 bigs deep. However, do you really want to be out of position in a bloated pot against Teddy KGB on the final table bubble of the Euro Poker Millions? Again, a great illustration of the power of the big stack. What does Teddy KGB want to do here with the 6-3 offsuit? Raise it up, boy. Make it like 1.7 million. 1.65 is the raise. Is it? Jack 7-4, 2 spades. Teddy wants to bet about 1.5 million here. Bets 1.5 million. Nico's not even going to entertain calling to see a turn, even though he has the ace of spades. I would be inclined to see a turn card there, but it's going to be pricey on the turn from Teddy. We can pick up additional equity if you go either way with that one. Look at the average stack. 64 big blinds almost.
Banget. Oh, orang mau pakai ya? Tapi orang at. Akan apa?
Did you check?
I'm seeing or hearing a big celebration in the background that would indicate to me that we've had a casualty, another dust biter. Teddy Betts, Pressian flopping the straight. Check calls. And I said earlier, I think Teddy's opening any two on the button. Well, case in point, this will be the last hand before the final table. What a final table it's going to be. One of the biggest final tables of the year at the King's Resort. One of the flagship tournaments. Oh, Pressian is going to put a stop to it. Didn't want to see a spade or a diamond or a straight card roll off on the turn or on the river. So just going to move all in, takes it down, uses Teddy KGB's aggression against him. Teddy going to the final table with 123 bigs. Fabio with 79, Luca with 60, Pressian with 37, Nico with 35. So much chips in play for the final 9. Things are really heating up. You do not want to miss this one.
The deal, idando at sunglass, ask for the numbers. I will give you. Is not agree with the deal. Next time, don't up to cancel the deal. Again, will hard work by it. Okay? Okay. We have one in last level. Last copy here. Go to me. Next time, 6 for like. Live players, final table, 8 tickets. Autumn today. Rise 300, 200, 86 down 8. So, I should run top up. Kapan yung tihoy. But it was not sure. We won't hit you. It doesn't. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, if I abort Sunday plan report and a man or is here asking. So we would do a little content, but oh no, Mark, that's the Seven, very good. Seven. I hit like anti-take over. And no, I can steer it. Big. Built on export. Yeah, us first. Yeah, pay. But you, man, the physics. How do you so
Alrighty, gang, we are back for the final table of the Euro Poker Millions. Blinds are now 300k for the small blind, 600k for the big blind with a 600k running big blind ante. Just had my steak and eggs, and I am geared up for this one. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. This final table is going to be one for the ages. 400k for first. We are on a massive money bubble, by the way. All remaining players guaranteed €27,000. With an £8.5 difference between 9th and 8th. But that's not all. First to 8th place going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event also. So this is one of the biggest bubbles, really, you'll find anywhere online. Well, live is what I'm trying to say. £8.5 plus €10,350 is the difference between 9th and 8th place. Lime Ricky says, good day, poker pals. Good day, Lime Ricky. Teddy KGB checking on the river on the king, ace, deuce, 9, 6. They are extremely well stacked at this FT. Good luck to every remaining player. May the force be with you. Get out. There's a wasp in my face. It is the middle of the summer in Ireland. GG the wasp. Let's hope he's gone. I thought the only wasp we would be discussing would be Martin Cabral. Looks like I was wrong. If you don't fight with a fly, you shoo it away. What do you do with a wasp? I'll vote now. Just going to get a little bit of a scope and a grasp of this final table. We've got two players above 100 bigs. Marius Moldavanu with 106 bigs. Just 3 bigs more than Teddy KGB. Lule Hu with 72 bigs in third. Fabio Giambardini with 66 bigs in fourth. Nicolas Kovacs with 51 bigs. Luca with 50. Presian with 31. Matteo Intiso with 29. And Tony Ravnak, who had a very roller coaster of a day yesterday, still in contention with a very nice stack of 20 bigs. With 80-minute blinds, 20 bigs is a fortune. Anything can happen. This is one of the more exciting final tables I can remember commentating on in recent times, at least in 2025. It's easy to say that when we're at this final table. We have had events like the IPS, the Italian Poker Sport. We had some big WSOP circuit events, but this one feels extra special. Teddy bets 1 million. Moldo with Jack 9. And then 1 million.
Maybe. Jeg hopper opp på den i rommet. Du var Official Hawaii Nico. Official Hawaii Baker Hado. Apple. I did.
So he will take that one down. Matteo with the ladies. 1.2 million to go. That's either a very long straw or a very small bottle. Almost 60 big blinds is your average.
Yes.
I am Curly in the house as well. Welcome. And Luli, who let the dogs out with the ace-5 of hearts, is going to call in the big blind.
What? All one. I'll be all today. I will continue on things these days. Carl, the oval pair, who take that one down? Wonderfully. I did. Yeah. He guys, but visit the time. This great sort of down, but Ace.
Mateo raises to 1.2 million. Ace 5 of diamonds around to Maldo on the button with Queen Jack off suit. The table captain might take this as a 3-bet, put the pressure on. Oi, put the kettle on. Simpa says, I'm so pumped we have poker series here in my little town where I live, so I try to learn a lot from the pros. Me too. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. Lots to be learned from this final table alone.
Three double men. E. Actually, hockey.
Şerif. Bana da şerif.
You point it up. Help Polly. Eleven d6. Best days.
Rahmet City. Yeah. Hadi. Which? The metal electricity is a curse. Cast. Good. Signal. Skip. Skip. When you. What did I put? Shadow on the surroundings. Yeah. He sees mommies. Now, oops. Just. That is. Yeah. Again. Really numb. What's the for? Oh, no, to be that unlocked. They're all top to get the get soup and coscos. Me. To this. See. You only meet.
Deuces for who?
We let that be. But happy. And this, the thing. Really. Huh? Mm. 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 Mm.
We're going to see a very chunky 3-bet here from Teddy, putting maximum amount of pressure on. This is a giant 3-bet with pocket tens. Teddy ain't messing around. This ain't no disco. This ain't no party. This ain't no fooling around.
Mm.
Not much has changed on the leaderboard. Tony still your shortest stack with 20. Maldo, your chip leader by about 6 big blinds. Word says, Dan, I must leave. Real life is calling and I have to answer. It is Tuesday. Go on, get out of here. Be sure to send me a picture of your beer later, as you do every Tuesday. Thanks a million for your help over the last 3 days. And talk soon.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. You.
By the way, 6 million there. An absurdly large 3-bet from the button. No need for that. Can go a lot smaller for value. And Matteo from the small blind with jacks. We do have Serbia, Italy, Romania, China, Germany, Austria, and Bulgaria all being represented under one roof for this final table. Matteo just calls from the small. Luca comes along for the ride with Queen 5 of clubs. Flop is King 8-6. Teddy with the best of it here, albeit with a very weak kicker.
Good. That. Yes, I see. Oh, um,
Teddy going for a bet of 3.5 million. The board pairing on the turn. Straight draws and flush draws galore here against the small big blinds out of there. And Teddy will slap his shoulder to check back. That 9 of hearts, a terrible river for both players. And Teddy will cross the 70 million chip mark.
What is happening, banana? What's up? Tell me. Tell me, banana. What's up? It's delicious and sweet. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Maybe. Yeah.
Yo. What up? Yeah. This key. I see. Sorry. I let it fall. Sorry, sir. Oh, it has. I let it. Sorry. Boski Maggie Van Sleepy 8.
Maldo min raising. Who calling 9-4 deuce is the flop. Who with pocket sixes? Maldo with ace 10 off suit. Only one overcard to the sixes, and Maldo's going to check.
Easy. Cephalophant. Oh, I. Oh, all over it. Yeah. Right?
Repeat this. Do this. Be. Whoop.
And he will take that one down. Nice pick up there for the sixes, by the way. And good awareness from the ace 10. Fabio going to min raise.
Deep. Beep. Ya bir tek Afrika'da. Hey, Anos. I think that they got it like his quite. Kita masih lapu laptop. Dici ma qua so corta.
Teddy with the king, queen of clubs, flopping best against Luca's pocket fives. See an open and a call. Teddy going to go into check call mode, perhaps a check raise.
Isn't
Deuce T, the check back. Turn is not a good one for KGB. All the Jack X beat him now. Also a lot of two pair combinations. Teddy checks again.
Pommi per le vere perché Tiki.
And we just will see this one getting checked down on the 6 of Hearts River. 7 million chip pot for Teddy. All these pop so big and juicy now, mattering so much. Every single chip. Horrible board entirely for Lucas. There's no pair, no draw. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Hadi go Jin John. Stop magare tak go. Ma. Is I up bo I four.
Here we have Nico min raising around to Moldo with the ace jack off suit in the big blind. Could elect to 3-bet this one, considering he has the chip lead. But overall, I think calling is the superior play, and he does do just that. Tim Rudd says, enjoying the stream and thanks for the coverage. You are very welcome. The Kings production team work around the clock. Pretty much, I would say 360 of 365 days of the year. The place barely even closes at Christmas. So it's them that need the biggest round of applause. But yes, I am your announcer. Action Man Dan is my name. So many new people in the chat on Poker Room Kings and YouTube today. We crossed the threshold of 1,000 viewers yet again, which is just fantastic for a Tuesday afternoon. Nico taking that one away on that King of Clubs turn. Such a great card for his range.
See you, mama. Yeah. Snap. Yeah.
Es fantastic.
You.
Oh, Perno Draw says, as much as KGB hates to fold, I don't know if Luca had a chance to steal on the Turner River. Did have a chance to steal. A small chance. KGB was definitely calling them on one street. Possibly two. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. What do you want me? That's up.
Three bets of 4 million from the chip leader on the button, showing once again power of the big stack.
Only will you see the series?
No need to show this on the TV, sir.
No, don't do stupid breaks.
those.
Emptying the clip versus KGB is very risky business. It's a health hazard.
Oh, golden roads. People. Come on. It's
Teddy raises to 1.4 million. Like I said, he is going to be raising any two cards on the button. Doesn't even have the Robbie. It's the Jack 3 offsuit, Matteo will call.
almost.
Teddy will bet small and take it down. Teddy swimming in chips. Teddy swims.
Natalite, non pay.
Finally, you got here. Yes. The last name boom, you were very fun.
Here, this is medic. Where's always? Everyone to see shine up. Look, this is kind of pretend. He like, no, you correct it. Don't take my head with that.
I was good at better. Over.
We'll see a complete from the small blind with 6-4 offsuit. Luca checks his option with 4 deuce. Queen 8-3 is the flop. Matteo will bet and take that one away from Luca. Nico with ace king in the cutoff. 1.3 million to go. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. Presian gonna call with ace 8. I would even be letting hands like ace 6 and ace 7 offsuit go here. And maybe ace deuce and ace 3. Call ace 4 and ace 5. Ace 8 plus, we can start defending. I'm also just talking about the unsuited varieties. Obviously, we will defend with any ace X that is suited. Yeah.
Yes.
That turn card's music to Presian's ears. Nico had the best of it on the flop on the queen 4. That 8 changes things. Should be seeing Nico check back. That's not a check back. He's betting again to eliminate a 4. A hand like 5s, 6s, 7s, 3s, deuces. Perhaps he's trying to get value from a hand like Jack and a hearts that falls with the black doors. If it comes to 5 of spades, this spot 11.1 million. So checks, and he's going to be fuming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. I like these animated characters. They see in the chat giving out about these guys. They make the game fun as much as they can be irritating and annoying to listen to.
Wir haben wieder B-Sheets.
Wait, bro. Cấp lúc ta tiếng này đi. Ari king we ask me so. Look. Then you can surrender. You only accept if I do that. Was die ook allowed to surrender is the God. And that is why. Yeah. Surrender.
Maldo with a real hand. The kings are kings.
That big one. All people will give me that. God, streets. You choose that. Mom. And then mom get them.
No pair, no draw. Says kings, and ECW King says they are all deep as F. Yes. Mr. State the Obvious says it's going to be a long one, probably. No probably about it. And this isn't the most prettiest part of the FT when there's 9 remaining and 8 tickets for 10k, but there's a lot of strategy to talk about. They're not just going to get it in when there's about an 18k difference between 9th and 8th place. That's 30 buy-ins for a €600 buy-in. The difference between 9th and 8th. Usually we're looking at pay jumps that have 1 or 2 buy-ins in the difference.
You did it, babe. You. You see this business.
Reaction to the flop here. Maldo open-ended, Fabio with ace 3, and Luca The initial opener, not liking this board on the 9-9 Jack 10. Marius now with a pair to go with his open ender. Not the biggest fan of Fabio calling from the small blind, by the way, with ace-3 offsuit. Now going to lead. Whoa! Gets the 8-10 out of there. Nice pickup for Fabio. Well, we might see a call there from the 8-10. Pressure's on, lads. Lights, camera, action. How bad do you want it? ECW King says it's like a herd of cows standing on a hill, all waiting for the first one to start walking. Sometimes you gotta milk those cows, ECW. Teddy taking that one down with the Jack 8 of clubs. Janet says, hi, fold. Luca opens with the ace-5 of clubs, who calls from the small blind, flopping very well on this 7-7-4. Checks it over to Luca. 2 diamonds out there. 2 overs, no flush draw. I keep seeing them flick in one chip, and it just reminds me so many times. I've seen it over the last few days, or at the World Series I've been watching recently. They flick in one chip to indicate that they're all in, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? But he is just betting 800k. Did see some wild all-ins last night, so maybe that's something got to do with it.
Okay, game so piece of that or pocket. You
Great turn card for who? Gave Luca an open ender. Double pair board now. Maybe Luca will feel compelled to call this, depending on what size who goes for. It goes for 2.7 million. You can't beat much if you're Luca. You've got a straight blocker. You unblock a missed diamond draw. You're going to be chopping a lot. Maybe even just chopping at best. If you're chopping at best, you got to let your hand go. And he does put it into the muck. A lot of players might just call there. Good fold from Luca.
Put that picture hard in that stuff. Yes. No. So. Wait. Hey, how did that?
Nice. Suited. Pretty. Queen Jack of Hearts. On the button. 1.3 million to go.
Busy. I thought it. Let okay. Let go to here. The I party pop.
yeah.
30 KGB raised to 1.3 million. Matteo going to call in the big with ace deuce off suit. The tail flopping best on the A7 deuce. 2 pair. Teddy going to bet 2.4 million on the turn when the 3 of clubs arrives. Teddy gets way too carried away with middling type of his range. The second pairs on boards, that kind of carry on. King of diamonds hits the river. 30 checks back. We'll lose this one. Tail up to just over 30 million now.
This is
F. Alright. Alright. Boy, penis, no.
bubble. Next. This is
Tony with the min raise with pocket tens. One of the shorter stacks at this FT with 9 players still remaining. 15 bigs to start the hand. Goes for a raisy daisy. You see a lot of players just open jamming 15 bigs from early position with tens. Superior play is going to be min raising to reevaluate depending on what action takes place behind you.
Anh hit.
in it. Yeah. Waktu kya
Elon, 5 p.m. post. See this.
Too has.
Yeah, for me it's so clear. Look at you, but
Yeah, it's
just about it. What is this? One dealer make like this, one like this. But what the potato?
Ficamos a secar. Ice. Lota.
So the tens take that one down. Mateo Min raising on the button with 10-8 offsuit. Schwestian with the 10-6 offsuit defending. I actually think you can start folding these kind of combinations when they're unsuited as well, the 10-6 offsuit. I would prefer to be defending against the button. It's a little bit different. I would prefer to have us a little bit of a tighter calling range. 10-8 offsuit. Maybe 10-7 offsuit squeezes in there and release hands like 10-6, 10-5 and lower.
People, Mackie,
Right. Yeah.
Who min raising with a little bit of cheese on top. 2.2 bigs with the Queen Jack offsuit. Round to Teddy. Oh, Teddy boy. Ace 10 of hearts is just going to call. Wasn't sure if we were going to see a very large 3-bet. I way prefer to just call with the suited variety of the ace and the 10.
Stop it. See?
Best here, top hitter, top kicker. Who's taking over to him? I actually think it would be okay to bet this one into 2 players if you're who. But against the likes of Teddy, he's going to get very sticky. He can put you in a lot of difficult scenarios on turn and river. So just decides to check fold. Live to fight another day. Apparel Shaw says, who? Yeah, who? Who let the dogs out? We can't keep doing that joke. Gonna need some new material around here. Don't be giving away all my secrets. Arius, 1.2 to go. Teddy, 1.2 to call. King Queen for Moldo. Teddy with pocket fives. Fabio with the ace 3 isn't going to defend. That's probably a good fold from the big blind, even though we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. These combos just don't play too well against an under the gun open and Teddy calling in middle position. How do I reach these keys? Are you writing this down? Over defending from the big blind, facing an open and a call in mid position. Although, with the best of it, time to go over tin value. Bet something like less than $1 million, maybe 800k. Goes for 700k. Trying to milk the cow. Teddy might pay this off, guys. If the tree wasn't a spade, the flush comes in as well. Look, he's going to pay him off. He likes those odds. Can be hands like Queen Jack. Here he just paid a 700k to see what Moldo is going for such a small sizing with.
I wasn't here.
Kala. That's it.
Das. Sind die nächstes Bar?
Only with 14 pigs on the button.
Keep up. Then. Big one. Let's see.
Fabio Quarry. Jack kind of Park.
Stop.
Only takes that one down on the Queen 6-4 deuce with the King. And sorry, Fabio takes it away from him. It's the Jack then.
Up this.
Un buon lupo la picco. Oh, yeah.
Aku tidak. Very good. Very good.
26 big heading for P2. Waldo, the second place for 114. Who was 71. Fabio was 57. Matteo was 54. Alessian with 34. Luca with 32. Nico with 19. And Tony with 12. So only two pairs below 20 big blind on this nine-handed affair. Of no pair. Now, Ross says, be careful trying to milk the cow since it turns out to be a bull instead. Sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. A very good friend of mine, Lee, it was one of his favorite sayings. We gotta grab the bull by the horns, mate. We'll play that on the daily. Alright, Lee. He's not dead, just one from poker. Barrel draws is better than grabbing the bull by the udder. You might get screwed. Who defends with King 8 of Hearts, Puppets, King, or Queen of 10, 7, Eddie, up to 8, King. Then going up. Deck, twice. Why the pressure?
Five number for each.
And take down another one. Blinds have gone up. 400k is the small blind, 800k is the big blind, with an 800k running big blind ante. That's
Yeah. Busy. In
Christian with the min raise, ace jack off suit. Moldo gonna 3-bet. It's so difficult to even open with very good hands. You can even call it a premium hand. You just can't withstand the pressure of the 3-bet. That's why we need to be very careful where we're opening from and what hands we are choosing to open with. Pair no draw says, if you French fry when you should have pizza, you're going to have a bad time. Okay, Stan. Okay. New South Park tomorrow. Oh, wow. Are you sure? You better not be winding me up. I also see there was a new season of It's Always Sunny.
Yeah, set the quiz. Yeah. Hey. Out you.
Oh my God, it's coming to Comedy Central. And it's going to be a full season. Talk about making my day. Good man. No pair, no draw. Gold star. I mean, I would have seen it anyway, but nice to have it confirmed. You're a towel. Teddy just ripping the lot on Nico. Nico, by far the shortest stack now. Has not had a lot of things go his way. Well, we could have some action here. Felician min raising. With the ace queen off suit.
Best.
Moldo 3-betting to 6 million with a primo ace king off suit.
Guys, dirty.
Big boy decision here for Presian's tournament life. Moldo has shown a propensity to be very aggressive, especially in the later positions, hijack, cutoff, and button. Presian has opened under the gun +1, so 7 players to act behind. As much as it might pain you, this is just going to be a fold. let it go. And I'm not the biggest fan of Fabio falling here in the first break. The team lane traded. Look at Eldro. Maldo, shot one back. Throw the ace king because he's getting away with some of the other pots. Won't be nice to spot him this time. And we will pick up on it. Oh, and have a hand. Fairness also can't wait. Hopefully they still have it. They have fed for the last couple of years. They're probably wrapping up at the World Cup deciding limit players so please keep the top player going. Not sure if they will still do this, but in past seasons they also temporarily put out the episode on the Pro Park Studios website to stay after air. Maybe able to watch it there if you don't have access to watch this live. Maybe I will draw my criminal books. Download it illegally. The phone call the top. So Basil on payout. Only 7,000 on the nose this current payout. 25,500 on the next eliminates. Interesting that they choose a 10 p.m. time on a Wednesday, by the way. No pair, no draw. Normally, it gets released on a Thursday or a Friday, if I recall correctly. It's been a long time since they had a new season. And I'm all for it. Luca from the big. Ace 5 of diamonds. $900K is the bet. 900K is the call. Moldo's going to win another one. It's going to start getting frustrating. Luca missing on the 9 deuce. Jack, 4. To be fair, Moldo did have a monster going in. Flop was looking good for the ace 5 of diamonds, though. A deer, a female deer. Oh yeah, they bought Casa Bonita for nearly $1 billion or something. Maybe not $1 billion. I thought they were signing a contract for somewhere in the region of $1 billion, and I don't know if it went south or sour. For all you South Park fans out there. Welcome in, Original Muffin. Nice to have you with us. We have 64.1k followers, by the way, on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I would like to get that to 70,000 followers by the end of the year. And we have 21,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I'd like to see that to get to 30,000 by the end of the year. And we'd have 100,000 subscribers and followers total across the two platforms. That would make me very happy. And indeed, the Kings production team. So be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you haven't already, if you're new to this channel. Or maybe you're just tuning in all the time but just haven't hit that button. 3-bet coming in hot from Luca, committing himself. And we've got action. Big boy action. Matteo calling the initial open. Fabio waking up with the Kings at Kings. We haven't had any all-ins at this FT so far, and we're about to see one. Luca going for it from the small. I'm actually not sure about eights. I don't want to be overly critical here, but this is 20 bigs total. And it's an under the gun +1 open and a call from the button. I think we might just want to let this one go with eights, and you might want to go all in with probably 10s plus, maybe 9s. 6s, 7s, and 8s want to go into the muck. So Luca has got it in. We'll get the terrible news. And he's drawing fairly thin against the Cowboys.
Look at Piera. What's this place?
It's about 7 this year.
9-5-4, no help. Turn is a 9. 8 and an 8 only, or we are going to be 8-handed. River's an 8. Luca has been eliminated. Unlucky Luca. Great run. €27,000 for his valiant effort. All remaining players can breathe a sigh of relief. They are all guaranteed a minimum of €35,500 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Now it's going to be a whole different ball game. I expect to see chips flying everywhere. Having said that, there is serious ICM considerations. The jumps just get bigger and bigger from here on out. Average stack almost 40 million now. Yikes.
Oh, boss, this is good or? Like now, you know, have a door, that's okay.
And now, more. Yes. You can also try to win the 400, right? Have Cubs. Oh.
7 and 8.
Oh.
And okay. Look. And oh.
Oh, going all in over the top of Eddie. I don't know, Eddie. I don't think 5 is a strong enough there. He's shoving here from the high jack. It's not going to be too bad. Eddie. Only 12 big. All Sam was all actually. I would prefer to have something like 7 or 8. Maybe 6 in there.
You do need. Ah. Maybe. Yeah. I would like to beat Eddie Paul this one. Got them voted. Well, then we'll have them on say blue. Oh, wow. If it was like 15 big of gold, they actually then go down to 12, back to 10 more, and fold. With 85 big, I think I would have been and win. Uh, Right. But they
See, what
You could probably put that into an ICM calculator, and the Jack 10 suited would be a fold. I just think when Teddy's that active, Nico's going to be rejamming a little bit wider, especially against Teddy, given the history, given the dynamic. We can get away with calling that one, especially when we have 95 bigs. It could be a little bit too gambly. We're definitely calling Queen Jack suited. Maybe the fold is just totally fine. Must be such a buzz and the adrenaline for these players getting through nearly a 5,303 entry field, just 8 remaining. Playing for so much money. Hope you'll raise to 2 million. Again, I'd be raising a bit bigger into the chip leader. I would make it this deep. You could make it at least 4x, at least 3.5 to 4x there. Little bit of something here for both players, both with a straight draw. Marius open-ended.
jetzt ich
Bye.
Vicky,
Next name is raise.
wieder nanti yang di sempuk
Fabio calls, gets a bad turn. 16.8 million in the pot now. Neither player with a pair. Big decision here for Moldo whether to fire again and rep that 10. I don't know if a 10 raises too often on the flop. So we do just want to be checking back a considerable portion of the time. River, the 6 of clubs. The 7-8 gets there now.
It will pass.
Fabio finding a way to win that pot by betting on the river. Really nice play there by Fabio. I expected to see him check again. But having said that, very difficult to win a showdown with king high. And it's very unlikely the big blind has an ace. So when you factor that in, it becomes a bet more so than a check.
Love easy decisions. I love easy decisions. Okay. What is your fault? And we can show 5% on it. This weekend. Huh? Big dash. Now I'm not curious to it.
Good flop for the big blind. Fabio with the ace-3. We go check, check. Turn gives who a spade draw to go with the straight draw, the open ender. And a pair. Pair, open ender, and a flush draw.
But everybody is. Next time, he's spot. I don't want to experience this again. Man. Every time. CV finds it sees. It is the PC. Bon motor start, ha? Diesel motor. When you go, how are you not you city or
This is how they're looking. 8-handed now. Teddy with 93 bigs. Marius Moldavanu 89. Fabio at 81. Who with 55. Matteo 36. Presian with 19. Nico with 16. And Tony Ravnak still fighting the good fight, hanging on in there with a mere 6 big blinds. Blinds are still 400, 800, 800. All players have locked up. Minimum of €35,500 and a 10k ticket. How do you like those apples?
I hate someone too much my card book when I can button. So excellent experience how it goes. Estimating
Fabio min raising. Teddy calling. With Queen Jack of diamonds and Nico with the big blind with Ace 6 of hearts. Initial opener with 10-9 suited. I'll tell you one thing. Fabio does not want to see, it doesn't matter now. Nico putting the squeeze on for 15 bigs. What are my thoughts about this? I think this is a bit wild and wide. Having said that, Teddy is going to be dead money from the small blind a considerable portion of the time. And Fabio is going to be opening a very wide range from the hijack off 80 plus bigs to start the hand. And therefore, kind of becomes a better jam than a call. And he is suited. I still think I'd probably just flick it in the big blind and see a flop. Or do I? Yes, I do, because there's a 6 big blind stack out there. And it's a massive page up between 8 and 7. So I feel like this is just a bit too wide of a jam. I don't hate this jam. I'm looking at you in the chat. I would just prefer a call because there's a 6 big blind stack still in play. I used to be. I'm not saying I'm a wizard at ICM in any shape of the imagination, but I've been brushing up on it here and there. I've commentated on a final table from time to time over the last 3 years. You see the same kind of mistakes happen time and time again. It's not often I'm commentating where they're playing for €400,000. But we just have to be so savvy and wait it out for that 6 big blind stack to bust.
That's it. Ask this for I think if you ask that this. We're gonna do now. Keep it Jack then no.
ECW saying before level 31, 35 now, it was 40 minutes. I don't think we're playing 40-minute blinds. We're playing 80-minute blinds. Unless it's been changed. No, I've been given no information to say that the blind levels have been changed. It's 80-minute blinds for the moment. If there is a deal, don't mention the D word. If they got 3, 4, maybe 5-handed a deal.
BB. Yes, baby, finally. Celebrate, friends. All I want to have, yeah.
If a deal is reached at some point, they might be able to have the blinds then. Go be listening to the live tracker on the website. It's been 80 minutes. I've been sitting here commentating for 3 days. I'm telling you, every blind level has been 80 minutes, not 40.
Yes, suggest. I don't think because 6 big lines or whatever. I fall level and there's almost even what seats. What again? The Nico. No, what? You have them quite sick here. I you know. If I do, you kind of abuse me when I hope. Why would you get down?
Hold on. A can get in the top.
You know. Except. Oh, free vlogs, I love. Anything free, I love. I'm not getting I love free shit. Seven. Checks up. Oh, page. Yeah, they said. Well, look that. See, seven, seven, back sitting. But I look in third from. Yeah. Double check. Yeah, I checks up. You'll says like he's sent to.
In the river, we'll go check. Queenie IO will take this one down on the 6, Queen 6, 7, 5. Blind v blind.
But you might be. Oh, happy guys. And like 30 ways in my life. Shit, what do you do? Many plans. 130 per load the scope. But don't take out the real. Actually, I want to give it to them guy. I lose our profit. I thought you want to Chris with me. Well, I would like to win tournament, but my chances are getting lower and lower and lower. Because, it is. But you have stick. If everything falls on in blind, you are. This work it. Or you give me like 1,000 euro for bonds. Let's sorry, deal is on her tariq. What cousin is not salary? In my pop, Bibelia? 1 month out. Sheep. Sheep. Pizza. Pizza.
No. We'll see the open from Fabio under the gun. Poor Tony. 4 bigs behind with the ace-7 suited. Facing the open and the call. I think we've got to flick in the 800k here because we're suited. If we're unsuited, I would just let it go.
$1.60.
Con là ít ngon phà đi làm và đây nó strong quốc thì không có cái
I call that pretty big. Look away.
boom bum bum thật cô đi.
Tony is all in. Good luck, Tony. You're going to need it against an overpair, but you do have 37% equity. Does Fabio call or make it like 6.5 million here? Just decides to call. Thought that would get Matteo out of the way, but it does not. That's a fantastic card for Tony. And he's going to triple up. Oh, it's a really big triple up to 17 bigs. The shortest stack now playing 3 times the amount. Big moment for him.
That's the so
Look, remember, 4 by. Straight up. Nobody else.
what do you have, Asia? You should get back in, boy.
I wasn't paying attention. I was just lapping, triple up, didn't we? Oh. What? I'm not. Bien, cut.
UCW King says he does like that I'm doing day 2s now, indeed. Well, yeah, just turning up for the Monday. I'd rather just turn up for 2 or 3 days at a time and then try train some people in or give my gig away from time to time, so then I have proper holidays instead of having one day. I am finished college now, so I had extra time, etc. What the future holds in 2026, who knows? That's all we can say at this time. Over to ECW King with the weather. Teddy KGB will be splitting with Fabio on the 9-10-5-5-3. ECW says almost 1K viewers on YouTube alone, and another 255 and counting on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Brilliant. Goody gumdrops. You love to see it.
Did you miss you before on the floor? Let's say it's clean something before.
Oh, see.
The
Let's to fight another day.
then you Bumble can.
What do we do?
Because it's also two people, two opponents. So the person.
I trainer, why? I trainer.
And you know, has go
The thing he's saying is, "Buy schnell dabei." That's the thing he's saying all the time. Oh, no, not really.
go. You know, what does this mean? What he say? All the cup 8 tickets. But what does it mean? What is him? About some new?
No. Buy schnell dabei. Is it like this?
Trainer, as you are. Lost.
Because I hear you saying it every day.
Well, I passed everything.
They did it. Don't get this. But I love it.
Pero, com'era nome? Vai, Nick. Yeah, Nick. No, non è sabato. Che non è sabato.
Sono. Oh.
Yes. Hindi pa this is kit pwede kay me. What the strike kit if. Step ay boy. Do ay ta kata.
Wait, mommy is tongued up.
Never.
Hello.
Here's Chave, yes. Virtual.
It where? What? Well, look, you know when so? No.
Once. Wait, everyone have. Yes, I know.
Really? Well, so you know?
But I've never been to mainland China. But Macau, Hong Kong, never been. He speaks. Okay, mainland China. Okay. Fair, what? Yes.
Oh, that way. Okay.
I didn't need to set you to
Typically, very degrees on.
Easy. Geil.
3 coins straight.
Big exchange Peter.
Next time we get. O banana bu kap. Look at.
Okay.
Here comes Tony with the ace king offsuit, 16 bigs.
You're dangerous.
We have the elevating the other avenue.
Wow.
You can't not believe it.
Takes down the blinds and antes.
Danke, gute Einfluss. Only. No need, stop this fiddle.
Lonely walls map that secretly that it be it could be
Pressian under the gun, king queen offsuit, min raising around to Moldo, the hijack with 9-7 at diamonds. We've seen him 3-bet a hand like this earlier. It was identical actually, only it was hearts. Strawberries.
It's
Moldo decides to just call with the 9-7 suited. Headphonius Monk says, is that the same guy who folded kings a couple of nights ago? Oh, I don't think so. Was that not someone else? I don't have time to go back to look at hand 135 from Sunday night, but if someone can verify that guy's name, that would be great. It'll be on the YouTube player.
the only ladies. They're on you, Bima. Tipper. That's
Hindi ichitilattabe pa quasiakin. Kaya kan. Hangin it's so suda. Le tato bisme pasun. Pergi. Okay. Right. What? So, taxi. I'm not next one.
Yeah, bit edit though. It. What the what's it? What it's it.
I had phony. It says it was an Asian guy that folded kings versus the ace king. Yeah, it was hand of the tournament, really. Well, there's been some other epic ones since. We have seen some tight play. We've also seen some loosey-goosey play also. Matteo, 3X's in the small blind. Jack 5 offsuit. Pressian calls with the 9-8 offsuit.
What?
857 king with 12.6 million in this pot now. It's getting very bloated with Pressian with 14 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio is 1-1 or less than. Matteo going to be forced to check now. I'm not the biggest fan of raising these ones blind v blind. We will have some combos we want to be raising. Pressian isn't just going to go quietly into the night. Now, does he want to bet or check? I think we bet somewhere around 3.5 million. Goes for 2.6.
Very nice. Others.
And I think Matteo just has to let Jack 5 off go now. But we might see him call for this small of a sizing. He's getting crazy odds to see the river. The issue is, if he does call, there's just going to be so many bad rivers that he can't get to showdown on, that it almost becomes better just to fold now and save the 3.3 bigs. I was never one to be good at saving anything, really. Matteo's not folding yet. He's not saving that 3.3 bigs either. River comes an ace. He's got to know that his 5 is very unlikely to be good at showdown. Hoping to win against diamonds or a hand like Jack 9, Jack 10 that decides to give up. We block Jack 9 and Jack 10. We unblock diamonds. Any diamond draw. I just think there's a lot more merits to folding that turn than calling. But for a ludicrous price like that, can't really blame him.
Oh my God.
Teddy KGB with 92 bigs, Maldo with 87, Fabio with 76, Who with 52, Presian with 33, Matteo with 19, Tony with 19, and Nico with 17. So 3 players now under 20 bigs. And I can talk about the turn call all you want. It's probably just a call pre. Instead of raising. Yeah, quite me.
No. So. It's still. It bit. Oh, yeah.
Then I
Teddy opens from the hijack with 9-5 of diamonds. Tony in the big with Queen Deuce of hearts. Think we defend this one when we're suited. Definitely folding Queen Deuce offsuit. The issue with calling here, even if we are suited, is Teddy is going to obliterate you on flop, turn, and river. And that's why you're going to see Tony fold. There's a lot of tactics going on with 3 players closely contended at the bottom of the leaderboard, all finding themselves under 20 big blinds now. Neither player wants to bust before the other. Ape with bands is unfolding this with those page jumps. Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. Don't mind calling if it's a different dynamic with the queen deuce suited, but we want to just be fairly tight with our calling range against Teddy.
Peace. Pinket this director.
Who raising Impressian 3 betting to 5.6 million with kings on the button.
That and we ship
So is it? Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
this,
Kings takes it down.
Ali, guru, mam,
nice to have it.
It's. Oh.
Then we go. Oh, okay. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
So, hello. Okay, answer. Yeah.
Hijack opening with jacks, 1.7 million. Round to who with king 8 off suit.
avec pas qui plus habitué.
So fun. This.
This is a flop that could get who in trouble. Top pair. Very good kicker. Backdoor flush draw. Take my lunch money.
Hihi.
Beep.
Non da. Sì. Qu'est-ce que. Le fatti. Das. Oddio.
Got a 3.5 million here as a second barrel from Prolesian. That ace can't hit who. Prolesian gonna bet a second time, which is quite nice. Can get called by an 8, a 6, straight draw, flush draw. Oh, what a bad river for the Jacks. I think who wants to lead on this river because most ace-X will just check back now. You can make it look like you missed your flush draw or your straight draw. I would go for somewhere around 8 million. And he goes for 9.
Ito niya sa super niya wadarilos. Apa niente bashi. Aha.
Really difficult decision for Presian. Can beat the straight draws, can beat the flush draws. I think we just give who the benefit of the doubt here. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. He will have all the 8x. He can have hands that contain an ace, however, they most likely check. So he's very polar. It's either nuts or air. He's going to have an 8 here a decent portion of the time. He's going to have hands like busted heart draw, busted straight draw, 7-9, 5-7, spring to mind, 9-10. You start adding up the combos, there's a lot. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Jacks call here because the ace is not a card he really has to worry about anymore. All that ace-x stuff, unless it's ace-8, would just check. Because hijack has ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10. Clock is being called on this guy again. Now, on this occasion, the clock being called on him, he's in a very tough spot. It's for a considerable portion of his remaining stack. Oh, he pays them off. That's going to hurt. Who now playing 71 bigs? That will put Presian down to under 20. That means there's 4 players at this FT under 20 bigs now, and 4 with very large stacks.
Mr. Map. Das so groß. Gerne per achter und bara. Und lieber an der das haben doch hörbar sitzen genau.
Ins Herz. Ivo. Gibt nichts.
E. Ob das hier, wenn
I sagt, der Banan du war die Kütz, die mich auf das Aska. Zuerst. Eva, ja. Ja.
Bim. Today, what? Hello?
So 2 more hands before the break.
DD.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes. Ja. Du. Back off.
$1.7 million is the raise from the cutoff from Marius, and who with ace-10 suited on the button.
Play. Bye.
See the three bet coming in hot to the tune of 5.5 million. I like this sizing. Actually, I'd probably go a little bit smaller. I thought it was 5.9. 5.9 big blinds, that is. Marius will let his ace-9 offsuit go, who had a very good end to that level.
Lawful. Pick up luck.
Garzi old whatever is called. Forgot the continued by 500, 1 million, 1 million. Shotgun please.
That's doing a whole little bit.
People be back.
Yes.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see a very crafty and creative 3-bet there from the King 9 off suit against the opener from early position with the Queen Jack suited. This is going to be a really fun level. There's going to be lots to talk about because I was just downing a very large drink of protein and primal greens and some creatine for good measure. So we are good to go. There's lots to talk about because we have 4 stacks that are very closely contended and they all have under 20 big blinds each. The big blind has reached 1 million rupees. Half a million is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. Speaking of running up and down the stairs like a madman for the last 20 minutes it was. We are back. We're here. We're live. If you're just tuning in, it's the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Still 8 players remaining. We are playing 80-minute blind levels. The average stack, for the first time that I can remember during this event, has slightly dipped, ever so slightly, under 40 bigs. Where if you know me on this channel, I always round up, not down. It's 40 bigs. 39.772. And if anyone wants to correct me, thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. The news just in, we just lost Ozzy Osbourne. R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. At least he got to do that one last gig very recently. They must have known his time was nearing an end. Thanks for letting me know, Simpa Sweden. I was just about to start making jokes, not about him, just other things. But now it doesn't feel right. So he was a legend. That's a hell of a way to hear Ozzy Osbourne passed. Yeah. I just heard in the chat box myself. R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. Maybe they'll play some of his music in the background of Kings at some point before the night's out, although not used to that kind of heavy metal. More 70s rock and classic rock you'd hear as the ambience in the background at Kings. 8's taking that one down.
It's a big hot problem.
The button going for a near 3 big blind open with king X off suit. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of that at all. Really nice pickup there for Fabio. The button is just going to have very, very little raised folds there unless it's the absolute top of the range. Like I'm talking queens plus, not even jacks plus in this scenario. Maybe jacks plus. That's why you're seeing the ace 4 suited rejamming, because it's so unlikely the button is raised calling.
Yeah.
Huh? No.
It's simple saying now the blinds are very high. Yeah, 1 million big blind, but there's still 40 big blind average. A couple of giant stacks still remain.
But Tuskan po. Yeah, look, I'm can't do the dead maybe Everton Everton 被架
Number 10s.
over.
As imagine you got you shall be ball here to that. Yeah, it's like it's boys ball. And then make it get immediate page on and smart cash. And I got full bit enough for the upper. Bye. You social shits leave me savings. Like got balls in the oh no. No, but you guys have mocks.
No one happened. We got the one found here.
Yeah.
It's mean.
On what?
Yes.
Is that?
Ah, you have that.
I'm there.
Now it's that I do, right?
Yep. No. Papasala papico.
By the way, that was a really good fold by the ace jack facing the shove from the ace queen. I say really good. It might seem pretty standard to a lot of you, but I do see a lot of players stacking off there.
You. That's what the biggie is. Mouse.
Face.
And I did now. Be.
I have zero reason why Presian is opening with the king deuce suited here off less than 8 blinds to start the hand. 8.1 total, it looks like. Do not try this at home. Although this will look very strong. Let's get ace 10 out of the way. We just have such a bad kicker, even if we're suited here. There's too many dangerous players behind us. Yes, this looks like it has to be aces because he's raising off 8 bigs to start the hand. Those get it through. It's a really nice pickup. He's over the 10 million now once again. I would not be making a habit of doing that.
And this is some gangster play, not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe I'm screwing on my words here, each of you. Easy to say that once you get through. Look at what you see me.
owning the cup.
Hell with that.
Also, the idea that you have to a big run out the window for 2025. I'm still the guy on the hill that says it's not great. Opening the game to Europe. If you had an 8 stock for it and maybe 10 big, I don't know. It looks like you have to have 8. I wouldn't be attempting a move like that. Late F and on the grand top. Three packs that are very close to me. Like, give him a pat on the back, giving it everything he got. We'll leave a little bit of respect or pencil that moving the outside.
Like, you can say it's great to get one through, but the amount of times someone is going to wake up behind. We unblock all the ace-X as well. The deuce is a card that we would want the rest of the table to fold in their hand. And when we do raise fold, we lose a quarter of our stack. And he's tried to do it again here. This time with the king queen offsuit. See, it's grand to do this once with like a king deuce. And I'm not saying that this king queen isn't a nice one to do it with. But if you start making a habit and showing players that you are willing to raise fold with 8 bigs, then they are going to come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Five, 8.
Oh,
Tony now with the ace queen. Monkey see, monkey do. Although this is 13 bigs, a little bit different. With such a strong hand. Takes it down. Adds the 3 bigs to his stack. Very nice. Very good. Very nice.
He expected a
No,
It was a pretty tight fold there from the Asian player.
you like it.
Says Simpa.
Dun.
We're going to have action here, Nico, with jacks.
Yeah.
Mateo gonna have to get it in with ace queen. Doesn't like it.
Lily. Emma.
Lord, name the screen, please.
But yeah, I won't be okay. God, he could be. Yeah. Man, step up it.
Third. Now you have 30 seconds for the cigar. The last 5 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2. I don't think he can fold here, but guys, this is a lot closer than you think.
Half 10 seconds.
Does go with his hand. I think we're going to be folding hands like ace 10 suited, ace jack offsuit, ace queen. We're dancing against Nico, but it's not great.
Invalid sulit.
4, 3, 4 is the flop. Teo needing an ace or a queen. Turn is the 8 of clubs. 23.3 million in this one as we hit the river. 5 outs for Mateo, or we're going to be 7-handed. It's a queen. Gets there on the river. Now Nico going to be left with 1.3 big blinds.
Thought you had more as I was rooting for the ace or two. So you bet for that. You bet this up. Yeah, you cost these in the that's my doing, then I guess so. Is it a game because the mix? So, let me see. No, es si la liga.
Any ICM wizards there that want to run that through a calculator to see how much money Ace Queen is making as a call, please be my guest. Let me know what you think about that one in the chat. Southside Ronnie called a queen. Rematch is such a brutal game.
Und Tommer. Symbolisch zu zwei aber was da mir dann so dieser Bus gucken watch so an. Die liegt zwei mir in der Bass nützt in die
Auch die und dem zu
oh
Nico all in for 1.3 big blinds with 7-6 suited. Who is going to click it to 2.2? Fabio now making it 4. Why make it 4, Fabio? Just call or make it like 10. This is insane. Why is the jacks clicking to 2 point something as well? Make it like 6 million. If anyone should be clicking it back in the hand from the small, if it was a role reversal, you could click it back with the jacks. Now, having said that, they want to play a multi-way pot to eliminate Nico. But there's just no reason to make it 4 million, I don't think. Just taking control of the hand, I suppose. Who's going to call 3-way action to the flop? And Fabio going to rain on Nico's parade because he's flopped the set. It's not over yet. Who's still with the overpair, by the way? Let's not forget that.
what were you?
What do we see? Oh, we see the straight for Nico here. Wow, what a turn card. Who's still with the overpair? Not the greatest of turn cards. Having said that, the small blind shouldn't have too much 6-7. It's a fine turn card. So Jack's betting 8.7 million. Fabio's wondering, should he call or raise? This one is a bit topsy-turvy for me because the small blind made a 4 million pre-flop. So what's he going to be doing that with? Maybe some picture cards, some 10x. Other than that, it's probably going to be overpairs to the board. He's not going to have queens, kings, or aces. You would imagine that would make it bigger. Oh, wow. five of hearts rolling off, and Nico's going to be disgusted. Was set for a big triple up, more like a quadruple up. And who hating that river? Checking back. He's gone. Nico Kovacs leaves us in 8th place. All smiles. Smiling all the way to collect a large sum of money. That sum of money is €35,500 and a 10k ticket to the WSOP. Seven players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €48,000. It's getting fairly serious now, lads. 7 remain. If you're just tuning in on this Tuesday evening / nighttime, you're watching the final table of the €590 buy-in, the Euro Poker Millions, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You still have 3 short stacks and 4 fairly big stacks. Who finds himself somewhere in the middle of the pack now? After losing a very large pot with his overpair to the board. What a terrible river for the Jacks. Not that. Actually, a great river for the Jacks because it saved the Jacks from losing more money. Southside Ronnie says he deserves to lose with his Jacks. Wow. All right, Ronnie. Tell us how you really feel.
See it.
Yeah, he should just be making it like 5-6 million. 1.3. He should be making it at least 4 million. But you're saying when it's being made 4 million, we should make it somewhere around 10 or 12 million? That's easy to say, but Fabio's hand looks very strong when he makes it 4 million from the small blind.
일단 코스.
It's
Yeah, like,
ICM 8s is very hard to call. The 8s would have had to go into the muck at that point. The whole point is that they're trying to eliminate a player and get the guts of 10k more locked up. So you don't want to be creating these gigantic pots with jacks, even if we are in position. That's my understanding of the ICM scenario there. Meanwhile, Fabio betting 1.5 million. Teddy calling. River is the 4 of clubs.
beep. Really? Nico.
Or we're betting 3.5 mil. Teddy going to pay him off. Nice hand for Fabio. Blocks the straight. Not the worst run out. Teddy going to call. Who are you going to call? Teddy KGB. 72 bigs. He's still playing. I was nushing, says Nightbot, saying the top 8 get the 10k ticket. Is it wrong? No, it's correct. There was 14 tickets total. I think 2 got allocated to chip leaders on day 1, 2, and 3, or day 1A, day 1B, day 1C. I don't know the full details there, but I think that's what it is. Top 2 stacks from each starting day both get a 10k ticket. Creates a fun dynamic between the chippies of each day. Generates a lot of action. Mateo with the aces, gonna raise it up. He bets to 8 million. Going for a 4x raise, leaving himself with 14.3 behind. I think his sizing is fine against 2 players. Against 1, I might make the 6.5 or 7. Mateo hasn't been too out of line. This will look quite strong. I don't know what who's going to do, but I would be folding the ace-8 suited. You can go smaller. You can go 6.5, but you might get 2 callers then. It's not ideal out of position against 2 players. Sometimes, even with aces, it's okay to just take it down.
Okay.
Pop easy.
Who min raising with the jack 8 of clubs. Heading with ace 5. wants to put the pressure on who here because there's 3 shorter stacks. I would make it somewhere around, oh, whoa. Yeah, 7.6. Lovely. I might go about 1 million less. But this seems fairly acceptable. I don't know what stacks are behind him, but he doesn't want to make it 7.6 here if someone has like 15 million total. Basically pricing yourself in. You will see players go as small as 4.5 million there. Not really Teddy's style. Like the size up, not down, our Teddy.
He's got really sure. Toward the house, 30. This to the it's in me.
You'll be fit in a book. Actually,
No.
Doing the magical. Yeah, how often do you get masked and really deep stuff?
Yes.
Hoping for me here.
Ew, best 1.5 million on the Queen Jack 5 takes it down. Only now playing 10 big blind.
Well, see. That's it's see.
Kyra Ravnak says Tony Ravnak is the most amazing player and the most handsome, obviously. Get your pom-poms out for Tony. He's still in. He's battling strong for the last 3 days. These guys had about 10 day ones for this tournament. You don't know how many they would have had to play to get into day 2. Day 2 began on Sunday. That went into the early hours of the morning, like 3 or 4. We had last night and yesterday. It was about a 13-hour stream. That went on at about 3 in the morning. And now you've got today. Players are going to be exhausted. They're running on empty. The adrenaline pumping through their veins. They have secured such massive cash and an unbelievable ticket. But it is all to play for. Championship round. There is still so long to go in this tournament. 80-minute blinds. Still 7 remaining. Average track still 45 big blinds. That'll separate the men from the boys. Let's see, Anne, from the cut-off puck, of course.
Ipo. Avevo un lucky.
D12, showdown. Aces? Top of
Olin baba. Askıya game clear up. My politics.
It's like comes on. On the line.
You do see ace 10-9. Ace 4 against the 4s. Ursian facing defeat. Turn is a jack. River is a deuce. We lose Lithian Litanov. I don't know how good that pronunciation was, but we gave it everything we got. Leaves us in 7th place. Should be very happy with that result. He was down and out a good few times.
Yeah, economically good bits. I cut.
Senada. Chihuahua.
So here's how they're looking. Fabio, 101 bigs. Teddy, 76. Marius with 68. Who with 31. Matteo with 31. Avery bounded nicely, but it is Tony who is facing the pinch with 10 big blinds.
But at the million.
M6.
Yeah, you better basket, better. I get chips. The teacup.
Om så lär jag stänga. Vet det.
Advets kom i vågge. Also on.
Lần lượt up yeah. That. Me. No.
This is some. Like, hope there was stuff. At a back.
Itu.
Cho thầy đu. Chị.
Ở từ thảo con gạch there. Yes, Victor.
Waduh, ketika kakak meja. Neutral zero. Itu area showdown 5.
Military. See. Have it on it.
Fabio min raising from the cutoff. Expect to see him be very aggro. Teddy's big with the queen deuce off suit. Teddy's must let that one go.
Isaiah 90.
Yeah. Those put in this year to the can you stop? As a book. What's your name, by the way? Labiki. Abiki. How who's gonna call us? And we're going in this. Ready. I thought yesterday you do myself. I found it have it on the screen here, but they may have to turn it edited. Better get that's okay. Curry. How really? Yes. Now is he really best? Because it's spread. Look, it's like right here.
Fabio min raising from the hijack to 6-5 of spades. Ready with Jack 8 of clubs. They are six-handed now. 6 max. You could see him starting to want to see flopped with hands like this.
Good. That was some kind of kill. Is he? But you are.
Jack A4 is the flop. See over cards to the pocket raise. Probably a bet's 1.5 million.
Okay, the did too.
Oh, was wird's okay?
Let it be, but that's killing up. What if Papa? Schmetzer, the Charabari, how can let me? This is like, it's okay.
Well, yellow. No, white.
Written. Correct. Well, okay, hello. Wait, don't try. Wishing to receive it. He's cow. Yeah. Just be, just be. It's, he's
Welcome, welcome. Even Vlam by Kaya? Time to die?
Tony's going to call in the big, and he's very short. We could see him go all in here. 10-10-4 against Fabio with the pocket trees. Ready with the king jack. I'll probably just rip, donk jam this. He's about to go all in and then waited.
$1 billion.
What Billy?
Billy. Billy. And then that. 31 chips? What? Or 31 basto? What a Billy?
On Billy.
한국어 걸었는데요? Pay plus. They run into belly and them. Scary.
It's seconds. Yeah, it is. I was can't tell you something.
Yo, it is people relax. I'm one of them is sick. What's the boy, man? That is okay. I woke up to the deal. So,
But Tony shoves for 6.6 million. Fabio probably just has to let trees go. Does let it go. I often be shocked to see Teddy call here. Because it looks very much like Cup as flush draw. It's pretty much a lot of his range here. He could have a 4. If he doesn't have a flush draw, he has a 4. I don't see how he would ever donk jam a 10. So he's super capped here. Against some random flush draw, we're doing all right with King High. Against the 4, we have 2 overcards. It's just, they're just giving away the strength of their hands. There's nothing else you can do sometimes. You got to donk jam. It's like, I have a flush draw here, guys. Call me if you want. Call me if you want. Just don't call me in the effing morning. Nobody better call me in the morning. I will be in a deep hibernation after these 3 days. You can only imagine how some of the players are feeling. However, they're going to be a hell of a lot richer than I am.
Sucker. Hey, what happened? It's way cheaper this time. What's my mistake? Or it's shit, my friends. What? If you're watching the stream, that's what happened.
That was a really nice pickup there for Tony, by the way, playing over 16 big blinds now. Headphonius Monk. Love the name, by the way. Says, just don't call me late for dinner. Oh, I had my dinner at the last break. I'm still digesting. Very full. There's some creatine, protein, and primal greens in a shake to wash it down. Asking for trouble. And Kyra Ravnak, who I presume is the spouse of Tony, is rooting him on in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Always good to have a supporter in the house. The KGB raised to 2.2 million, 6-4 diamonds. The payoff from the cut-off tree best is 6 million with queens. Queen's taking that one down with the tree bet. King 5-4. Teddy can just see bet this one, as all the King X in his range. Who defending with the 10-9 off suit, not connecting with the board. Fast becoming one of your shorter stacks here, playing 25 bigs and change right about now. Teddy going to bet 2 mil. Teddy takes it down. Low giant dad, 4 deuce off. Tony for the win.
Yeah.
Moldo 3-betting to 6.8 million. Putting the action back on Matteo with ace jack off suit. It's going to get to a point where someone's going to have to take a stand with a 4-bet rip. 30 big's just going to be a bit too much to be ripping in this exact dynamic. If we're getting somewhere around that 20 to 25 big blind zone, I would strongly consider 4-bet ripping my hand right here against Moldo, who's shown a propensity to be able to 3-bet light, especially from the button.
In case it's busy. As well, so just
Good.
Lively blind battle between Teddy and Matteo. Matteo. Entry ace jack. Teddy's going to bet on the turn, picking up an open ender. It is another 10. Teddy has to know he can't win by checking. But he knows that card is not great for bluffing on. His opponent can have a 10, an ace, even a jack might call if he bets. And as for Matteo, does he want to go for tin value? Goes for a nice sizing, but does not get called.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Stop it. Oh,
Father,
Moving over the top of Teddy with the A4 on read down and keep 10 off. This is a bit light from Tony. Expecting to see him call, but he's taking a stand against Teddy. Going for Teddy, he's going to be opening, put the wide range, almost any piece on the button. Tony is using that to contribute to adjusting the structure and the dynamics of face at this final table. Although I wouldn't normally recommend usually Tom holding the lead down on the six-handed like this. We've watched everything at the final table. It was very smooth and dialed in. And I actually kind of like the free jam.
What the? Some.
Ready can't call it far off. It's one loser. What has been declared? Big pick up there for Tony, now playing 19 big blind. Was have a total live earning of $264,000. Tony, that is. He's only 6 bigs behind who now? And Matteo with 32, and then Teddy with 66, Marius with 72, and then we have our chip leader. That's how they're looking in this six-handed affair. Big blind is still 1 million.
Mhm. Mhm. Good position.
Put the aces on the button. Open, open. Marius
I can pack on Waldo. 10 off.
I'm the bluff. Thanks.
We're looking for light issues after this hand. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Doesn't it as it
Oh. Scar. There's holes.
What's the bot?
I'm two.
That's the
Boy, please.
bluff, please. Oh,
that is
yeah.
Stick.
Oh. Two, one, in.
See?
E. E. Is.
Sus.
G. Is. G. Issue. This. Sim. Jet. Oka. Eat. Is. This was some. Mm, 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 mm.
What? Awful.
We.
Right. Better now. Who opening from the button with the Queen Jack, take that one down.
Split.
Still 6 players remaining. Sim says, there we go. Now we can hear you. Great. Because this tourney ain't going to stop anytime soon. Rejamming there with the 10-7 offsuit. Now it's getting spicy. Now we got a game, boys. Kitty game down the street. I still don't know if he wants to be doing that with the 10-7 offsuit. No blockers, nothing. You remember how many big hands Teddy woke up with yesterday? It was uncanny. Edge says, give the commentator a pint. Oh, that would be lovely. However, I'm off it. I'm drinking shakes of primal greens here and creatine. And Kira says, OMG, I almost died of stress watching that jam. And look, Teddy does have a hand now. And I would think who is going to make a stand here against Teddy when he opens 18 bigs now that we're six-handed, but maybe not. Maybe ace-jack offsuit just goes into the muck. You see a 3-bet to 10.7 million. See, he's not giving room for who to come up. These 3-bets are just absurdly big.
He's thin.
Even room to get that ace-jack in. The sizings are just all over the place. Making it more than 10 million as a 3-bet there.
It's a big get.
Das
Let's go to who did get out of the way for that absurdly large 3-bet. Very well could have lost with the ace jack for his tournament. The monk asks, and you never want to go broke with an ace jack, never. Well, I think if he had been developing the dynamic there that the raise to 2.5 and he makes it 6.5 million, 6 million, you give room for 18 million to go all in over the top. But if you were never 3-bet folding, then you kind of have to have a stronger range to 3-bet the ace jack there. Teddy hasn't really been messing around at this FT. Obviously, his opens, but when he's been 3-betting, he usually has it. Moldo taking that one down. Marius Moldovino. Monk says, man, you're good at analyzing hands. Thank you very much for your compliment. Much appreciated. We're all here to learn.
Yes.
The bottom line there is, Monk, that we want to have hands on the button that we are 3-bet calling with and 3-bet folding with. When we 3-bet to over half of our opponent's stack, we have essentially committed ourselves. So unless we are going to do that with our good hands and our bad hands, it's a dead giveaway. When he's making it over 10 million there, he has to have a hand that rates to do pretty well against ace jack. And therefore, it becomes a relatively easy fold with the ace jack offsuit, where it becomes a really difficult fold if he'd made it 5.5, 6, or 6.5 million, something around that area. You see a 3-bet coming in from Marius with the ace-3 suited. Robio gets out of the way. Marius shows an ace.
Fishing. Mi amo. Ben. Anna.
So Fabio raised to 2.5 million. With the blinds at 600k small blind, 1.2 big, 1.2 million big blind. We are going to see a 34.8 million chip pot. Jacks against the ace queen. Big flip for both players involved, who in a coin flip situation for his tournament life. That's a very nice flop for the Jabracadas. Ace or queen needed, or he's going to get a very big double up. King of spades hits the turn. 9 of clubs hits the river. And that is huge for Lu Li Hu. Now playing almost 30 big blinds.
Vaccines ways, but
이거 배수 봐봐. 예, 그, 뭐? 오커, 이래라 까고 이렇게.
Mateo flops a set. 4. Must like golf. Marius bets 1.2 with the 10-7 of hearts. Turn is a 6. Gives Marius an open ender now.
Adlis yapı kırey, röptes lige modges.
Ja, da die von der Digi Gott war, der ist im Gilben, der mit die in du Konstant.
Mateo has a total tournament live earnings of $37,000 before this one, by the way. You will have surpassed that with one score. Sorry, double that with one score. It says that Fabio Iambardini has a total live earnings of less than 3K. That must mean that he's a very accomplished cash player because that doesn't make sense. He's played very well for the most part today and yesterday. Marius now betting 7 million. Mateo deciding on whether he wants to call or raise. Also, a little bit of Hollywood in his life.
Ubi, Yakati, Yaziki.
Luli, who has total live earnings of 151,000. I like to just call here again, by the way. He's playing this very well, taking some time. Hollywooding a little bit, not too much. Calls the 7 million, 23 in the pot as we hit the river. It is the 10 of spades. Not a great card for Matteo to get paid because now Marius is just going to check back.
He takes the top.
He could have put out a small blockerish type sizing. It's very difficult for him to get called. Maybe hoping that a hand like 8-9, something with a 7, just decides to keep firing. When you break it down there, a lot of King X type holding will just check back on the turn. When we bet that turn, we usually are repping quite a strong hand.
One big geek.
Two pair here for Tony facing A bet of 1.5 million from Mateo. Blind v blind. A lot of great cards. Not a good river for Tony. Not a good day to be 8-3 offsuit on Queen 8-3, Ace 9. $5.5 million is the bet. Tony forced the call. We'll get the bad news. And Tony, after all his rallying back, finds himself down near 10 big blinds once again.
See you later.
Look how evenly matched they are now between Fabio, Marius, Matteo, and Teddy. Only 10 big blinds separating top 4 on the leaderboards. We've got Who in 5th place. One double up puts him basically as the tip leader. It is all to play for here. 6 players still remaining.
Bye.
MJ asks, what is the ticket for? Tickets are for the 10K, the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort in a couple of months' time. Queen 5-6 is the flop. Fabio defending with the ace deuce of spades. Matteo with the ace 7. 3.5 million gets the job done. For Matteo.
I gonna go out like out. I clock it.
Next, Luke.
Six.
Matteo raised the 2.5 million with the green jack off suit. And Fabio going for an absurdly small 3-bet, 5.2 million. I don't understand these tiny 3-bets. You see him do this earlier with 8s. It was very different because there was an all-in for 1.3 bigs. Oh, Matteo's not even going to call. Okay, that 3-bet sizing is way too small, but it's not if your opponent's going to fold Queen Jack off suit or basically a min raise. Players are tired. The adrenaline dump seems to be significant. If I'm starting to feel a small bit weary, I can only imagine how the 6 remaining players are feeling. Original Muffin says they do it because opponents aren't good. I agree with Dan. It's absurd sizing, should have been punished. Well, with 4s, you just want to see a flop, try flop a set. I don't know why they're basically min raising out of position. Mania saying that size playing out of position, 50 big blinds effective is not good, I think. Monk says I literally have to get up every few minutes and take a quick walk to keep my mind and body. I stick my head out the window sometimes and try not to scream. Especially on the break. I'm usually stuffing my face on the break. Like a chipmunk. Eating all the food in my cheeks. Totally takes down. Blinds and Anti's now playing 13 bigs. This is the first 3-day marathon on comms I've done in a long time without any sugars. No Coca-Cola, no Chineses, no ice cream, chocolate. It's some natural sugars from berries and fruit. I guess I don't sound as manic when I'm like this. It's just more even keel, somewhere in the middle. I'm usually at a 0 or 100, but this last 3 days I kind of found a middle ground, somewhere around 42 to 50. I'll be over 2.5 million to go. Green jack offs too. Fabio looking exhausted, by the way. I'm a big fighting fan, especially UFC. It's always the championship rounds that are the most important. Don't leave the hands of the judges. Protect yourself at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Go back to your corner. Are you ready? You ready? Let's bring it on. Come on. Something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. They're paying for so much money. Now is not the time. I might be off the sugars, but if I was there sitting there and I was starting to get fatigued, I'd have to, at the very least, get a Coca-Cola, maybe even a Red Bull. Although Red Bull can send you to the moon then. You're going to be playing too many hands. Impa Sweden says, love it, Dan. There's what says, commentator on his last breath after not getting an ice cream for a day. I bought like 3 tubs of ice cream 2 weeks ago and I decided I wasn't buying any more ice cream. Having said all that, I'm actually going to look for a very small scoop of ice cream on my next break. And stick my head out the window and try not to scream. Arias from the cutoff ace back off suit.
Oh. That's we should never run the London lights. On London Fall, but all part. Hello. Oh God.
Boney getting a walk with the ladies.
Yeah, I think. Oh.
Peculiar, Invictus say, or as Pads would say, Mamacitas. Yeah, I don't want to have the same terminology. I want to be unique. I want to have my own style. Call them whatever you want. It's But yeah, Mama C is a great name for ladies. Queen. The dishwasher, so God, Jesus, super omega fish. Whoa, bro. What's there, Banya? Computer Victor says, "How are you, Dan?" I am reasonable. Getting better every second. Healthy and happy, I would say, more or less. Other times I feel like I'm chained to a dying camel. Just depends. Teddy with the ace 10. That's 1.7 million. I got this brand new chair that I set up for the weekend, especially for this 3-day marathon. And let's just say it hasn't been working well for me. Can't fit into it properly, I don't think. Either that or it just needs some breaking in. It's like one of those bucket chairs. Other than that, pretty good. Maybe I'd already pulled the muscle in my back. I don't really know. I am in Ireland. No vacation for me. Too busy being a workhorse. I'm going to play some live poker myself at the weekend, and I'm very excited about that for Fintan Gavin's Irish Poker Tour, and there's going to be 50 grand for the winner. I don't get to play much live poker anymore, so I am geared up, and I'll be very excited and giddy for that one. But it is only Tuesday, and that's not until Saturday that I'm going. $4.5 million from Eddie is best. He plays quite topsy-turvy. A lot of players would just check that turn. He's going for a second straight.
Let's just 30. I know. Asking how much you play, but probably. What was it? What's your none of it? Yeah.
Monk says he's pretty close to Montreal, heading across the border for a poker trip soon. I've got 3 aunties in not Vancouver, Toronto. I have another very good friend in Vancouver. Tony is just shoving 13 bigs at 8-7 suited, and look at this. Fabio with the aces. I don't think Tony wants to shove 8-7 suited there, even though he is a clear short stack. It's not going to be that bad. But maybe just min raise, fold that one, or let it go. Fabio with the aces. Obviously, the aces have to wake up. Or Fabio has to wake up. When he has gone with shove with 8-7 suited, every man has their breaking point. And he's got a good cracker. I've often had my aces cracked by 8-7 suited. 32 million in this pot. It is queen, king. And that's not a lot of help. 1 spade. Turn is the ace of hearts. And that's going to do it. Well done, Tony Ravnak. Been a pleasure commentating on his play the last few days. We had him on our table on Sunday, a lot of the day yesterday. He was a very much a scrappy underdog that kept coming back from the brink. That earns my respect. I'm sure we will see him again, our Kings, very soon. For now, he's going to say his goodbyes, taking home a very nice, tidy sum of €64,000 and a 10k WSOP ticket. On a 600 buy-in, that ain't bad. That's 100 buy-ins he's got back just in cash, not to mention the ticket. More than 100 buy-ins. He's off on a Kings, plays everything, Hold'em, PLO, cash games. Was an excellent ROI.
Oh, you.
No.
Big. Emo. Titty. Crazy.
Kira Ravnak says, thank you everyone for the support. Bye-bye. Thanks for tuning in, all the Ravnak supporters out there. And be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow.
B.
And one last, well done, Tony. Ooh, going for a Checker Razor with a lot of equity there on the 763. All diamonds.
Trouble. Trouble.
The beaches.
Sympathy.
Big. The packet. Salobin. Not.
Ibis.
Autrici.
El bra.
Mateo, next to 2.5 minutes to go with the King Jack off suit. Marius called a King Queen of Hearts.
Grande para mí. Big Bragger.
I don't like this call from Teddy with the 6-3 offsuit. Queen A5 is the flop. Marius with the best of it. Mateo checking. Sometimes we might bet there with the King Jack. We can follow through on a lot of turn cards. But multi-way, checking range on a Queen high board seems like a good go-to. I think with 2 diamonds on board.
Six.
Empa says, yeah, but Teddy's call is not good here. No, it's not. You want to cut out those unsuited 6-3s from your range, from the big blind.
What's up? Yeah.
Now, look at very good. Very, very, very.
That's raised to 3.8 million, 3.9 million. I like the sizing. Gets through. There you have it, folks. 76 bigs for Fabio, 60 for Marius, 50 for Teddy, 50 for Matteo, and who with 30. So it's basically 16 bigs between first and second, and 10 bigs between second and third, and then just 2 bigs between third and fourth. And you've got who, 1 double up, and a put them in second place.
So, yeah. Yeah. Eliminated. It's
Teddy raises on the button with a jack 8 offsuit. Matteo calls from the small with ace jack offsuit. Flop is king 10 deuce. Looking in it for either player, really. Matteo with the best hand has a good shot straight draw.
With big busy
Tail checks again. Surely Teddy wants to stab at this. $4.5 million is the bet. For tail bets. Was facing a $4.5 million bet. Has a good shot straight draw to go with his ace high. Don't see him going anywhere just yet. Deuces trades. Hits the river.
is it's deep 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 just
Teddy going for another bet. $6.5 million. If you wanted to get the job done, needs to go for a larger sizing. Fatigue is setting in, guys. Decision fatigue. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. Didn't think about that for long enough. Bet $6.5 million after betting $4.5 million on the turn. Needs to make it way more there, especially when the board pairs. I actually might even just give up altogether. That's decently guys error from Teddy. If we want to get that bluff through on the river, I would like to see something. Maybe not anything past 70% pot because it looks like we have to have a busted flush draw. It makes us be quite polar. Oh, I'm just giving him too much credit here. Like a 10's going to call us on the river. King's going to call us on the river. Maybe some ace highs. We need to go about 14 million there on the river to get the job done. Like the jig is up. Like they've seen what Teddy is capable of. It was a full day of the Teddy show yesterday. They might have even seen some of that stream this morning, briefly, flick through. They'll have people looking at hands for them. Word of mouth. Not to mention they've been playing the same table for the last 6 or 7 hours at this stage. Even though we are live for nearly 10 hours now. Thank you so much to everyone still tuning in.
step that be city that
Oh.
it could be
我直接带个机。Drop the wedding kingdom that is good now.
King 7 raises large into who, and who lets the queen 3. It's 2 to go. Slimper with a great comment there. I'm so pumped for Sunday. I will show my friends who the best poker player is. Go get him, champ. Yeah, we've all been there with the Jack 8 and Teddy shoes, betting too small. You go for a very large size and get called as well. Super Omega Fish says is making a deal allowed. A deal might be struck at some point.
Allez, il aime le box. It's kitty, 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 kitty.
33 bets to 11.6 million with the Jacks. Arias with ace 8 suited.
Oh.
Marius been raising with Queen 10 of spades, round to Fabio with 10-9 offsuit. We'll call. And the run out was 9-6 ace 5-3, 9.6 million in this pot. Fabio, you're just hoping to get the showdown at this point with his pair of nines. As for Marius, is he going to try buy this pot? Marius will check back.
Disease. 9. It.
So, folks, 3 hands left before the break.
very good point parts.
Matteo with top pair. Marius defending with the 5-3 suited. Flop is 8-6-3.
Egypt. Three. Right, that's it.
That's to say,
Marius checking on the river. I presume Matteo just going to go to showdown. It's unlikely. Marius has an ace the way this played out. Don't see him trying to get value from a 6 or a 3. as the Bee Gees plays in the background. Very apt. Staying alive.
Kicker. Hey.
Oh, it's
Does check. Now playing 66 bigs. Marius at 49. Two hands left before the break.
so.
Rachel the Muffin says 4 players will bust in the last hand and no break. Tommy, no breaks. Oh!
Yes.
Monk says, don't forget to staying alive is the BPM, the beats per minute that we use for CPR. Very good, very clever. Teddy, 2.1 big blinds. Moldo with ace-7 of spades. Gonna 3-bet from the small blind, it looks like. Good combination to do it with. 5-handed now. Harder to make a hand. Put the pressure on.
Good luck. Yeah. He's
Easy. Could be. Dear. Man. Yeah.
Teddy with the queen 10 off suit. Pitches it. 1 hand remaining before the break. Live for over 10 hours now. Still 5-handed.
Are you on there?
Dedi Abdul. Oh, that's
Amazing that after 10 hours we still have 1,000 people watching on YouTube alone. Fantastic. And another 300 nearly on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Teo raised to 2.5 million. Marius, King 10 off suit. This is a good combo. to 3-bet with as well. Ozzy says, what I'm wondering about is the graphics. Show the bet size very quickly. Is this manual? We are on a 30-minute delay. MJ says, great poker, guys. TY, you're very welcome. Thank you for your comment. All right, yes, we'll use this one as a 3-bet with the blockers to 9 million. These big 3-bets, players are not wanting to really see flops.
It is late. So. Good. C'est lequel il ne vendait pas. Guys, he's tapping. He's called to there, he's going you. That call from. Above.
Into me.
Well, let's start. Continue. 800. 1.6 million. 5.6 million. I'll come repeat.
busy, too busy, busy. Was just dates, just do, please that bitch. So, stu, oh, just, mm, want, now do you this, me, will do, me, mm,
I will be well to you.
The
All right, folks, welcome back after the break. So five-handed action here. Fight without for 400,000 euro. If you're just tuning in and just late hours a day, it's back out in midnight at King. All of the backs and some two eyes from the Kings of Dark. Love the ball. 590 euro buy-in. World Poker Ringing. Of his black took over 60 million. Small blind was now 800k. Big blind is 1.6 million. There was 1.6 million running for and you can all hear me. That was there. How was your break? What crazy thing anyone put on their break? I took my head out the window. From Wim Hof white plan breathing. Went from the circle ice cream. Very much for did find those kind of white top, the night trolley, whatever you want to call it. More a bit of a bugger hit. Went after it. Let's go. For even 3.5 minutes. Had those things had a morning with him.
Wax in the small blind.
Tip slap, blame tip slap.
Hopefully you can hear me better now. Dope, thanks for letting me know in the chat. If I get that sorted. If it's not sick.
Ieri sopporta. Io who perché because he adesso che se lo dice sanda kanaka o pita dia ma ciao vale assis love hey it's this yeah need it about PL ah exit it be da go
big deep big big you away for 8 minutes help. And of you have since is law. Yeah. So must by Tom the Manche it up here udan jak iki din
I don't. Oh, going fast. Yes. Gigi, BD, Sim, Z, Na.
on your hat about just or
That there. Si, D, Si.
Alrighty, gang. Let's try that again. Hopefully, you can hear me now loud and clear. We've seen a very creative bluff there from the Queen Jack. I had a thought or two about that hand. It'd be interesting if the Jack 10 decided to jam on the turn to try get an 8 to fold the way the hand played out with 11 million back. When they're that bit shallower, you wouldn't expect to see a 7 check raise too often. And therefore, he's kind of capped to have an 8. And I wonder if we could get him to fold an 8 with our Jack 10. Considering we have range advantage. Well, he kind of has range advantage, but we have a lot of hands on that board when it's paired like that. Anyway, a very well executed bluff. Teddy KGB raises 5.5 million. The dynamic is going to change a little bit now because stacks are shallower. There's not as much playability as there was. Having said that, your average stack is still over 60 million. When I was breaking up there and no one could hear me, I was asking what's the craziest thing anyone done on their break. I stuck my head out the window, got some air, done some Iceman breathing, went in search of ice cream and came up short. Found a consolation prize of an ice lolly, an ice pop in the freezer. Ate some pineapple and went about my day. Oh, Saints 42 says actually take a break. All gas, no brakes. Know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, it's a long way to Tipperary. So I've been told. Or so I keep telling you.
Oh, this box.
I'll be over Queen 6 of diamonds.
Canadi, Piety, akan kakuit people. No.
Who calls on the button? Who? Fabio, fast approaching 100 million in chips.
Stop. Late. Yeah, open Cuba.
Fabio C betting 2.3 million. Who not connecting on the ace 8-4?
I they take the
Who raises to 9.8 million? Unlike who has an ace echo. An ace 8, really. You would think you get a lot of C betting from ace 9 plus. Therefore, he's kind of capped. He raises like that. You can't have 4s and 8, 8-4, and 8-8. If you had a better ace than ace 8, you would think you'd just fall on the flop as well. So, interesting to see what you think about that ways in the test. Bobby Briggs was out. Was tournament good leader, not 0, it was 48. 38 for Marius, who was 33 and Teddy. Both times, in a long time, he's come back down to earth on the rock for who finds himself just short of stack at this point of the tables.
one claim as a taking a cold shower. I'm gonna go 5 minute break more than once.
वापस this sir.
You fail taking that one down. 8-4. And the king, queen, 7.
Open. It's but it well Joe, I will.
Teddy KGB with Jack 9 of diamonds will call from the cutoff.
She proved.
Mateo King 9 of hearts on the button. With the decision. Does he want to just call? Does he want to raise it up? A lot of Teddy's good hands probably going to 3-bet. So this could be a really good opportunity for him to put the squeeze on to about 10 million. Decides against it. Make it like 11 or 12 million there, close to 4x. 9.6, yeah, anywhere around 10 million, 10 and a half.
Anyway.
4x would be about 12.8. Seems a little bit large. King 8-3 is the flop. Mateo. Top pair. But it is who that's flopped a set. Little sneaky set of trees.
좋대. Take the at see
So we see a bet at 6 million, a call at 6 million. I still think the best play for who is just to call on this drive aboard. let the likes of Teddy put in multiple barrels, and Matteo's going to have a decent strength hand when he calls behind. We've seen him make that bluff with the Queen Jack, but this is a bit different. He's out of position against two players. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. Would he have many bluffs here? Maybe if he had a hand like Teddy's, the Jack 9 of diamonds, he might go for a raise here with so many backdoors. I just don't see him having too many bluffs that raise this flop against two opponents in this dynamic. What do you do for Matteo, though? You can't just release top pair right here, right now. Or maybe you can. He calls now this pot. Very bloated as we see the turn. Stack to pot right ratio is way below 1-1. Effective stack is just 21 bigs behind. And oh my god. The nut worst turn card for Matteo comes out. I think that's nearly worse than a king. For Matteo, that is, it looks so sneaky. It looks like he's after getting there against a hand like ace king, king queen, queen, or king jack. Maybe even a hand like king 10 of diamonds that had some backdoor flush draw to go with the top pair. After that point, I feel like I'm stretching. I don't think he has king 8 unless it's suited. When we block that. This is so nasty. Who's just going to do a little bit of Hollywood in here before jamming? Matteo's not going to be able to get away from top 2. Interesting that he goes for a sizing that isn't all in. Let's read into this bet sizing a little more. Is he betting an amount to make it look bluffy that he could be running a bluff, and if he gets put all in, he just folds and still has 8 bigs? Who didn't like it, really? Thought his opponent might have had a set of 8s or 9s when he called it off. I thought Matteo would just call, but with just 8 bigs behind the size of the pot, it's all going in anyway. This is the biggest pot of the tournament, 120 million. And who gets there? Leaving Matteo with 17 big blinds. What a hand of poker. Oh, momentum now shifting in Luli Who's direction. That's after taking a sizable chunk from Matteo's stack. What an interesting hand. Absolute action taking place. 120 million in that pot. Incredible.
I that
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Harus stop pare. Paper.
I need to nearly almost took my head out the window again after that hand. Wow. Here now taking to both with 17 big blinds.
Triple five.
No, I'm saying 42 weighing in, saying 3-3's not an open. 5-handed, yeah, I can get behind just folding the trees. Could be just like a 5s plus situation. The Jack X, not a call. Yeah, I agree with that. The King 9 suited was a 3-bet. I prefer 3-betting than calling against two players there. You're going to be out kicked a lot of the time. Cost them dearly. Fabio's eyes are gone into the back of his head. It's a marathon, not a sprint. This event in particular must be very exhausting. There's no must be about it. Fun game we play indeed. They get tired, we get wild. Oh, they get tired and we get wild. It's a vicious cycle. Never heard of it. Yeah, my initial thoughts are trees aren't an open. If there's an open and a call, comes a very nice 3-bet to around 10 to 11 million with the King 9 of Hearts. You're leveraging both of your opponent's entire stacks. Very difficult for them to just call your squeeze. If they move over the top, we have a simple fold. And if they do call, we're going to see a lot of flops that favor our range. For all those reasons, I like a 3-bet from the button with the King 9 suited. Or just fold. I like both of those options more than calling. I don't really like calling the check raise on the King 8-3. Rainbow. Once the turn comes, almost impossible for us to get away from our hand. Bye. Marius min raising.
He's buff.
Yep.
As bit.
King 10 for Marius. Ace 5 for Matteo. Ace 10 8. Piece of it for both players.
Is it?
About a 2 million and a call. Turn brings Marius a flush draw to go with his pair. Picking up a lot of additional equity. That 5 though gives Matteo 2 pair. Could see some more money go in here. Matteo only has 20 million. He'd be looking to get it in. You would expect Marius to check here more so than bet, and he does check. I want to make sure I get paid here by a 10. It's unlikely an ace checks back on that turn. Or less likely. Therefore, if I'm targeting 10x, don't want to bet too much. Somewhere around 4.2 million sounds good. Or if we go large, we are repping. Okay, he's going huge. I was saying when we bet this amount, we're super polar. And we can sell the story that we have a busted straight draw or a busted flush draw. And that's our only way of winning the pot. And I kind of like it the more I look at it. I like going around 1/3 pot there or going for the lot. Yeah, you're correct. No pair, no draw. Small bet or all in to look like a bluff. All in to look like a bluff. Our survey says having that king of spades is not great for Marius. That's a card he would want his opponent to have. Does let it go. No messing around with this Matteo fella. He means business. $30 KGB with 15 bigs, ace jack offsuit on the button. Does he want to raise call or is he just going to rip? Goes for a rip. Goes for a rip. He's on the tear. Fabio, king 10 offsuit. He's probably just going to have to fold king 10. He might call 10, 11 bigs there. Maybe even 12 starts pushing him out. He's got a commanding chip lead. Wants to maintain it. Do not want to be doubling up Teddy KGB. Wants to keep whittling away. Interesting to see what's the minimum you would call with when you're in the big blind. All vote now. No, I'm saying says 7-7. Always coming 7. I was more on about pictures, but yeah, 7's plus. It definitely folds. Ace 9 off. Ace 10 off, maybe. Folding ace 9 suited. Ace 10 suited. Or dancing. Might fold king jack off there. I might call king jack suited and fold king jack off. And call any variety of king queen. And so on and so forth. I think only women can join ECW King, but some guy. Has there been guys that have played the ladies' event in the World Series? Someone dressed up. Someone dressed up as a lady and entered the ladies' event before, and then I think it could have been Sean Deeb. Oh, the ladies weren't happy anyway. The Mamacitas. I'm saying has confirmed it was indeed Sean Deeb. Mon Sean. Doug Polk would definitely do that as well. Hoodie One says 5,303 entries. They so lucky. Yeah, it's just incredible numbers. Kings knocking it out of the park as per usual.
Corey games in this still status specially
ECW says, lol, Dave is such a DJ and I love it.
So, more than the fully.
shoot
You do have book. Picture. Book. Ito. Yes.
Who with two black ladies? Marius with the open. Who's setting the trap, just calling from the cutoff? Not something you'd normally see, five-handed. Queen's just calling. Sneaky Pete.
it gesehen ist die
Marius checks. Who bets 4 million? Marius with an open ender and some backdoor action in the form of the ace of spades working for him. Turn a flush draw. I kind of like raising here more so than calling. There's a few stacks shorter than his, so he is just going to call. Merits to check raising there. Check calling's probably the easier play. The more low variance route. Turn going check very quickly. You know, the 8 of hearts on the river. Marius just hoping to get the showdown and win with ace high. Busted spades on board, busted clubs on board. And who is betting an amount to get called by ace high? Marius has a great bluff catcher here, but who has made nearly too obvious that he's got a hand that has ace high beat. I see him going for a much larger sizing with a busted straight draw or busted flush draw. On paper, that looks like an awesome bluff catcher. Or in theory. But in practice there, who's just going to have ace high beat? Nearly all of the time anyway.
Bild
So.
Three, it, three,
And oops. TS. Slay.
Probably raised the 3.5 million on the button with ace 3 off suit and Marius. Easing out a 3 bet, it looks like. Wants to make this somewhere around 10 to 11 million. Makes it 10.
Busy bit. Kiki. River video today.
And who in the big blind? So much chips. Oh, see, ever take it just 4-bet ripping here. We're not 4-bet ripping, but making it like 26.5 mil. No, he gets out of the way. He definitely thought about it. No pair, no draw. Here's how they're looking. Who? The runaway bride with 80 pigs, 40% of all the chips in play. Fabio with 52 big blinds. Marius with 30. Matteo with 20. And Teddy, fifth on the leaderboard, playing 15 bigs. There's still nearly 200 big blinds in play. Just a testament to how great these structures are.
Squeak. Is. In. Is.
입법 이기겠어. 드래그기 드래그 오픈 스픽 it's
Yeah. Talk. Over. One book.
스텝 깃
Who just makes 4.3 million. Teddy most likely just rips this. 13 big blinds. Doesn't move all in.
Subi kid.
Oh! Who decides to call Teddy? 46 million chips in this pot. I thought who was just Hollywooding before folding. He decided to call 46 million in this pot. Wow. Teddy KGB, who has been, of course, a hurricane, a tornado to be reckoned with in this tournament, is at risk for the first time in a long time. 8 in the window. Wow. Has Teddy KGB's luck finally ran out? Teddy needs a king of kings and needs one fast, or he's going to be swimming out of here. Or is an ace of spades? No help. Neither player has a spade in their hand. 3 outs only as we hit the river. It's the 5 of clubs. Teddy KGB has been eliminated. Has provided us with endless amounts of entertainment watching him play with such a humongous chip lead for a lot of yesterday and a decent portion today. Thoroughly enjoyed commentating on that guy's game and hope to see him again soon at the tables. What a fantastic score that is for Teddy KGP. What a roller coaster ride, mostly in one direction on his rocket ship. But he has been taken off his throne a couple of hours ago, and now who puts the dagger into his heart? Eddie taking home €84,000 and a 10K ticket. The WSOP, so close to 100 grand. Well done, Teddy.
기대.
Also, boys and girls, if we are going to end up calling Teddy anyway, then why the hell are we not just shoving from the small blind? It's not exactly a hand we want to raise call with for 20 million chip here. Like, if we're going to raise call for 13 bigs, just rip, brah. Jack 8 suited. Never really a trapping hand. I always said that about it. They did not make any deal yet. I have not been notified of anything. Live by the sword, you die by the sword there. Teddy had played so many crash hands for so many days. Gets it in good. Can't win them all. I'm saying not a trapping hand, but definitely a gambling hand. If you want to gamble with it, just rip. There's just too much money on the line. He's got the chip. He does not want to be losing 20 mil. He definitely could have called it worse. Very well said, INJP, who takes that one down and who almost playing 100 big blinds. Definitely has more than half the chips in play.
It's in time. Sisi. Sticky. Lights. At was restored. All. Artistic.
London.
This important in it. Si apa yang si
Tadi apa salah?
Stop.
Nanam.
Whiskey.
I'm saying that was a big bully call, but from what I've understood based from chatting yourself, the German was playing loose enough for King Queen to be called by Jack 8 suited. Yeah. I don't, it was just, it's called, he just did that on whim. It's whimsical. It's like he didn't raise 4.3 million with the intention of calling all in. He talked himself into it because he's so much chipped. So I'm being a bit harsh. I just think you want to be ripping that hand, especially if you're going to end up calling with it. When he raises, he doesn't have the intention of calling with it. He just changed his mind. Definitely not the worst hand to call with. ICM is very bad.
Sorry. Got this. Auto effort cả o cả ở tụ ấn xịt ít lớn ít lớn xịt push ni cả ba số ba số
Avio raised the 3.5 million. Who's going to be bet to 11.6 with the ladies from the big blind?
Ăn bòi tạt. Ses ki kapu gió ni họ đi sao ngập.
Avio with a very big hand here. Pretty all up in position, and he does do just that.
no
Yes.
Ace 10 3's not going to deter who from betting. Ian says, I'm such a pro back seating from home. What's your name again, Mr. Commentator? Mr. Speaker, my name is Action Man Dan, your announcer, your main English speaking commentator for the King's Resort channel for the last 3 years.
what sucks the
JP says, Mr. Dan, proper lad. Someone's got to do it. Who with 170 bigs? Fabio with 45 bigs, Marius with 28, and Matteo with 18.
bill who's Ian
Marius raised to 3.2 million with the ace 9. Who 3 betting again, this time with the ace 5 of hearts? 3 bets to 13 million. Marius hasn't had much going for him the last couple of levels. Did have the chip lead for quite some time. That's the ace-9 off Suko. One thing we haven't seen is any really light foot jams. Original Muffin says, what were your parents on to name you Action? I needed an alias, bro. Because we want action all the time on this channel. Discipline followed by the ace-9. If someone keeps 3-betting you like that, you need to just put the hammer down with a 4-bet rip. Who on the button with deuces? Fabio looks so exhausted. Oh, holy God. He's done it again. Flopped another set. I don't see any way Marius doesn't go broke here. What the hell? Just checks it back. No, we don't check back a set on Jack 10 deuce. Oh, there's 2 spades out there. Now we bet 2 million. 2 million into 10. Wants to make it very chunky here. Somewhere around 9 million. 9.2 million. This is a terrible enough spot for Marius. I mean, he's going to call, but there's a lot of 2 pairs now to beat him. We block ace-king, but our opponent can't really have ace-king when they flat the button anyway. We block king-9 for a straight. Jacks, 10s, queens would all 3-bet pre. I think 10s will 3-bet anyway. Jacks and queens, certainly. You can have hands like queen 10, jack 10. Marius calls 7.2. Stack the pot ratio 1-1 now. Six of clubs. Oh no. Has to go for a bigger sizing than that. 5 million after making it 9.2 on the turn. He's just not, the wheels aren't turning. He's not thinking about the overall range of Marius. You're betting 5 million to a pot this size. This is not a spot where we use blockerish type sizing in position with a set on the river when a brick comes off.
but we may.
And the king's going to have to make a crying call, surely. There is a small element of me that's thinking he's betting this small in case, or given rope for Marius to jam over the top. Expecting your opponent to do something is you can't be expecting people to do things. Where's the rest of that pot, lads? Marius would be delighted that he's still in the tournament.
Why, China? Why? Why,
Well, either way, it's another big pot for China. Another victory.
Scenario. This. And they. Yeah. T. Big.
You.
Who nearly has 200 million chips to start this hand, can be opening very, very wide now.
Or he bets.
Fabio with a monster, ace king of hearts. It's a 3-bet here to about 11 million.
Yes. Limits.
Who looks very comfortable in his chair now all of a sudden, doesn't he? With all those yellow chipolatas. $122 bigs, incredible. Fabio's made it 10.5.
You gotta check his spice.
Fabio takes that one down.
I think I.
Touch play. But up your. Name. Right. What?
I know. Answer what then you give me that. Alas, what was that book? What was that for me?
Fine, JP says hopefully he lets one spot or two battle it out. That too many hand syndrome. He's going to be applying the pressure with that big of a chip stack. All players guaranteed a minimum of €107,000. The pay difference between fourth and third is from €107,000 to 161,000.
Yeah. Fix the other. Let's go. Out the back. Yeah. Is. Is. Übermens meine Beat.
The A6 taking that one down. Deuces couldn't withstand the pressure.
Capitolo. L'avevamo. Al? Al buon. Yeah.
Okay.
Who raised to 3.5 million with the Queen 8 of clubs? Fabio has got the Kings of Kings in the small blind. Sorry, the big blind. Again, using that 10.5 million sizing, wants to use that sizing again. Again. Quite the bread jump, says ISO CEO. ISO CEO. What do you see? What do you say? Get shot straight draw for who? calling the 3-bet with the queen 8 of clubs. I just realized that it's in his name that he was going to get to at least heads up. Lu Li, heads up. Heads up who they call him in China. 7.5 million is the bet. And who's going to call? No Ghostbusters. Ace, Jack 9, 2 hearts. He should probably just fold pre. With this much chips, don't mind calling in position. He should definitely fold on the flop. If a heart rolls off and he hits the straight, he doesn't even know where he's at. I would way prefer for him to call pre if he had queen 9 suited. If he's going to do some funky stuff. What the hell is this? He makes it 1.6 million. That can't be correct. He's not betting one big blind. Oh, wow. This is lol. This is GG. Bert Stevens, eat your heart out. I mean, the bet size now, not the way the hand is played. Big shout out to Bert. What a legend. F1 big, be able to check back the river. I just when it's that much, when it's that draw heavy of a board, it's a very flushy, straighty board. We don't want to be betting one big blind, no matter what our holding is.
He blinds. 1 million, 2 million. One show.
So this is how we're looking. Lu Lei Hu with 88 bigs, 56% of all the chips in play. Fabio with 51 bigs. Marius with 10 and Matteo with 9. Monk says, do you need a bigger bet that makes him fold the kings? No, you just want to... I could criticize all I want. You just want to bet a little bit more than one big blind there into that size of a pot with your pair of eights. If you want to try to get to showdown cheaply, that's fine. Maybe one big is totally acceptable. I just don't like using that small of a sizing. Like, he's never, ever... Like, we want to bet out of position for the one big to stop ourselves from having to call a larger bet. Who gets to check for free? If he bets one big blind, his opponent is never, ever folding one big blind. I don't like words like never, ever in poker, but he's not folding for 1.6 million there. Lines have gone up now, by the way. 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. Is Bert Stevens finished with online? I don't know. He'll be back at some point. He was living in a closet last time I seen him on Twitch around Spring Championships time. I just don't think he could handle the heat. I don't think he was feeling well either, and he kept grinding, and then he just told people he had to get out of there one day, and we didn't see him since. I don't think anyone's sniffing glue. If there's anyone that should be sniffing glue, you can stay going. It should be me. He's a sticky player, all right. That doesn't mean he's sniffing glue.
look at the man.
Who's now shoving with the 5-4 offsuit into Mateo with King Deuce suited? 7 bigs back. I don't think we call it with King Deuce. Don't know what the bottom is there, but with such a big pay jump and being very close in third and fourth places. What's the bottom you're calling with in the big blind? I'll vote now. Something like King 8 suited and King 9 offsuit seems good to me. Perhaps I'm being a bit nitty. I wants to shove. Yeah, it's for 7 big blinds, blind v blind. I don't know if we should be calling there with King Deuce suited, considering another player has 7 bigs as well. There's nearly a 50 grand pay jump. Mateo's all in. Fabio calls. Oh, he has 15. Well, that's a little bit different. Thank you. Thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. Queen 4-3 is the flop. If that's the case, by the way, I would be calling King 5 suited plus. Fabio, by the way, could be about to get 50 grand richer. Corn is a 7. 5 now. We'll give Fabio straight. He's 85% equity. Mateo needing a king or a jack. It is an ace on the river. Fabio has eliminated Mateo. You can see how much it means to Fabio. Now playing 57 big blinds. We say goodbye to Mateo into so. Well played. Fantastic score. €107,000. And that means 3 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €161,000.
Peace. Later.
Bye, Pasabia. Bye. Up and normal. Back to you.
Oh, the football. The last shit is my. Who's the?
là rất mạnh.
No, I'm saying says you were incorrect. My apologies was short too. 6 big blinds now. I thought they were almost identical. So the strategy has changed a little bit now. Who and Fabio don't get in a huge pot with each other. That's such a short stack. I think still in play. Quadzilla in the house here for Fabio, by the way, on the 9499. Quadzilla. I think you showed him the 8. Good card to show him what the 8 of diamonds we could be loofing on the turn.
Oh, yeah. Table, gamble.
Marius, it really hasn't gone his way. He had such a commanding chip stack at one stage. Fabio deciding to call here. Seemed like 10-7 offsuit was going to be a bit much for 5 and a bit. Did he have 6.6 bigs total? Bit of a gamble here from Fabio. Run as an ace. Marius will double up with 12 big blinds and change. Well, you had less. He'd less than I originally thought. 6 total, and Fabio already has his big blind invested and his big blind ante. So it's 10 more to call. Or 8 more to call. It's close. It's a great opportunity to eliminate a player and go heads up for the title. Doubling them up doesn't feel too great. Who raises to 5 million? Fabio with 6-7 of hearts. Marius going for the rejam. Gets the bad news. 51-4 in the middle. Who with the ace queen? Marius with the ace 10. If Marius doesn't get lucky here, he is going to be your 3rd place finisher. Queen Jack 10 is the flop.
Apple. Right, G.
Turn is an 8. 10. King or a 9 now for Marius.
Three.
It is the 6 of spades. We lose Marius Moldovanu, who was chip leader for a large portion of today. Fantastic run for him, coming third in such a mammoth event. Takes home €161,000 for his efforts, and that means we are going heads up for the title. We're going on a short break for 15 minutes. I would say we're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing. This could go on for quite some time yet. There's still 159 big blinds in play. If you've tuned in all day today, 13 hours yesterday, and you popped in to say hello on Sunday, you don't want to miss the conclusion of this. Luli, who Fabio Giambardini, who has a live tournament earnings of about 3K, I think. So this is an unbelievable moment for him. He has a big mountain to climb, facing a 2-1 chip deficit. But anything can happen. So don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all.
Sorry.
Again. $60,000 for me. Now, $7,000 for him, and $6,000 for the chart. This week, we put 3,000 for the first deck to go. You got the 370,000 with 160,000. This is the so then you buy hero like you win, get 17, it makes 328. Oops. Ticket, ada. Ujian here both. Whoop up. A oh, kind nah, the house, hot in the house, tiny the house. That delay. Well, that means guys, the ball, you can put in W8, no it is on the body. That, so this. Still not been okay, guys. They are not relax. That's it's later. Umieniucie ici jakoś tu. Zemici, Savici, controllik. Guaiate se sadaka. E tutti. E ti studiamo tutti una testa sforzi. Vedo. So that's Elsis and play supporting on in for coordinates, but play one eye on the but the take bind by the NT. It's hot at cap. But a community is able for 30 it ought
Alrighty, folk, welcome back after the break.
Place.
In the latest hours of the day, you are watching the heads-up battle between these two, fighting it out for a sizable amount of cash. I can confirm a deal was reached on our last break. Who taking home 307,000? In second place for Fabio Giamberdini. He will get 260,000 euro. I said second place. What I meant to say was there's a 47,000 euro difference between who and Fabio. Deal was reached, and most importantly, they are playing on for 63,000 euro. And even more importantly, the levels have been reduced to 30 minutes. If you want me to repeat any of that information, all vote now. Vote making very worthy champions at this stage, but there can only be one. They have a deal, Lanny MK. Yes, I will repeat it one more time. Who gets 307,000 euro? Fabio has secured himself 260,000 euro, and they are playing on for 63,000 euro. That trophy you see in front of the players, and all the glory that goes with becoming the European Poker Master main event champion. This has turned into quite the bluff from who. I've missed some of this action. Talking about the deal that had been reached. Making sure I had the numbers correct, but it looks like a very good triple barrel. From who? Very good, very nice. Yabba dabba who?
Beat.
Ace 7-4. Who at 6-2? Fabio at 6-5. Lanny says TY Dan, you're very welcome. Fair play to each and every one of you still tuning in after 12 hours. Deal was reached, yes. Playing on for 63,000.
Now get off, pick you up. Dear, please.
Fabio betting 16 million. His turn to try get a big bluff through against who it looks like who has snapped him off. Very nice call there. Nice that who has the six. Oh, it's not. I was trying to say he blocks him having a straight, but there's no straight on board. It's 7-4, ace, deuce, ace.
If you do go for the glass block.
Six.
Deve slope este prefer. Beta.
You see Fabio raising to 4 million. Who, by the way, before this, up $151,000. So both players have won so much money. Who looking the fresher of the two remaining players? Fabio has looked like this for several hours. So many things have to go right for so many days, and then you can sleep well on top, not go out gallivanting late at night, eat healthy, hope nothing too stressful is going on in your life. Kiwi Special says, thank you so much, Action Man Dan. Great job done again. We do have another chat for personal things other than YouTube over on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I want to give you all a massive shout out that tuned in on YouTube. It's just easier for us to moderate and talk to the chat on Twitch. There's a lot of people on YouTube that seem to just drop by for a moment or two and then bounce. Uzbek is weighing in on this. It looks like his normal session is 20 hours. Okay. They're playing for 63k and the title. They done a deal. I mentioned it a few times. I'll mention it again. Who has secured €307,000. Meanwhile, Fabio has secured €260,000. And am I right if you are saying that Uzbek, that Fabio has basically no tournament live earnings? So that indicated to me that he is quite the cash game grinder, because he's definitely no spring chicken and knows exactly how to play and own him very well. He strikes me as a cash game player. Yeah, some guys would be awake for days. I've heard of guys trying to stay awake in clear, Galway race week, which is all the way from Sunday to Saturday, basically. I might sleep one of those days. It would be awake for 72 hours, get a bit of a sleep, and back and do another 72, which is just unbelievably bad for your mind, your body, and your soul. I'm JP is not going to lie, boss. When I first tuned in, I was up at 4:30 a.m. I have now slept, worked, and came home to tune back in. Oh, brilliant.
Little is Soji.
Anyone that tunes in, goes to work, sleeps, and comes home and comes back to tune in gets my big respect. Like I said already, give all yourselves a massive round of applause for the last 3 days of action. It's been fast and furious at times. It's been very slow and draining in others, but we've had so much action. And if you like watching what you've seen, head over to the Kings Resort website and have a look at the schedule coming up. I'm going to play some live poker this weekend myself. Really looking forward to it. Back next Monday for the German Championship of Poker. Then the following weekend, we have Polish Masters Summer Edition. Then after that, we've got Dutch Classics 2025. As always, a brilliant event that attracts crazy, erratic gamblers. They don't be messing around in the Dutch Classics, that's for sure. That's our next 3 events coming up, and there's too many more to name. 18 million is the bet pool here. Jack Deuce, Scripps, Fabio's been calling, but unlikely as his fun as an ace and have a jack, so be it. So difficult to make a hand heads up and do now playing like a massive 148 big blinds and at over a 14 to 150 post 15. The end could be naive for Fabio. That's a huge pot. And again, if you like what you see, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Not that hard to hit that button. We have a nice community built up over the last few years from the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're just dropping by to say hi, YouTube. Want to get to 30,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And a massive thanks to our moderators and everyone else that helps me on this channel. Couldn't do it without you, Fabio. In raises. Who might won this with 10-7? Would surprise me. Fabio should just shove anyway. Fine, he's in juicing. Just raise call, and a really nice raise call there with the ace picks. On gamble, knows it's going to have the best hand decent portion of the time. I might just rip after 10 bigs. Fabio realizing how wide who's going to be playing. Who's willing to double him up and play on if he has to. He's just going to win it right here, right now. If there's shenanigans, it's going to be all over.
Casey.
Turn comes a 9. And that's GG. Lule, who has done it. He has become the Euro Poker Millions main event champion, 8th round, yet another champion of this fantastic resort. Commiserations, but massive congratulations to Fabio. Wow, what 3 days of poker it's been. Fantastic. I don't want to babble on. I'm going to let this guy enjoy his moment, and I'm going to get out of here. Well played to the champion, winning himself over 300,000 euro, 260 plus 63 quick maps, and the ticket on top. Looking at somewhere in the region of 330,000 euro for the champion, 260k. There's one even more, 307 plus 63, 370,000, and a ticket, 380k. He comes out with, not too far away from first place. 260k, over $250,000 for second place. Unbelievable. From a 590 euro buy-in, 5,803 entries. Where else? The King's Resort live was club. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. Up in Acton, man, Dan. Good night.
It's a court. Now, city man. Up, which 50. Je sais quoi ici. Il est, 얘는 사마디. 날. 얘도 까불이나? 아시죠? 롱에서 스테도. 수. 오케이. 세. just. It's complicated is one relax. And it's pure silkato taste. Okay. Use. Oh, okay. What is dirty? Guys, can it? Yeah, what the stuff? House stop. Things for it. So I'm so sorry. I should have to wait. It can be there. You play there. So one more big. Totally. But let me see. When my has I go there. Oh. So you are okay with kind of again? Look, sit up. We go about the wheels. About that, kick it off. Of chat. Easy. I'm going to like and point. For personally gratic. That's for personally.
Somewhat. Dinner amusely. Now that's my.
Great. Okay, already Vapura. Obviously, 10 up.
Any?
Yeah. I feel like congratulations for cooperating. Good are you feeling? How was the bill? It's how we beat it. 60 see. It been the medicine. People eat. They want a hot steak too. Send me any faulty. What about the key? E. Okay. You know, it come here. It is possible. So you got 307 words. Pay your plane rates. You know. Something like. What?
this. Zoo. Since what my works, that walk was he got all up to video. It's the house. Use top của cái đi từ gì
Allora, sarà buono tabaco.
Itachiga. Confirma first. E poi consegui.
Stavo commentando con di lei. E quindi curi di plare subito devo fare. La fizza devo sapere che vi.
La fisa uno se che proprio le persone vi gombesse due lei.
I'm sorry, can we just wait the order already because our sorry, broadcasting pieces pizza. Sì, ma legale just besides regulate. That's study there. So yes. The music in
I piedi, sapere così?
sick bike is Acco dei piedi. Dai piedi. Non sono ragazzi, quindi vacanza.
Ma io ho state ferme, así lo conto.
Guarda, lei reckless. Vabbè, io avete loco, Azzumaccissimo. Ma sì, così sta.
Isa.
Uno lei, il tempione, che effetto fa? Che effetto fa?
Sistemi. Sì,
Io sto giocando là, che quanti fa per la giornata tedesco, perché
No, cioè ho visto te.
sì.
ma lo fa. Poi mi ricordo, che sei?
He said everything. Did speak task is right to pass.
Is it smash? Is it selten? Ja, top mass.
Pare carassa.
E nemico del torneo d'organizzazione di around at peace.
They look of it had to twice. Suki. They Fitch wiki.
No, vai, allora adesso prendi il trofeo, lo alzi a cielo perché questo è il momento tuo. Io ti faccio un grande applauso. Sei scansione.
Grazie.
Perfetto, con il microfono, grazie mille, avrei un enolino, cavolo, secondi. Prima d'ora facciamo tutti in destra, vai.
We